And good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a good long weekend and good rest. It's so nice to see some of you back here to keep me company today as we go into day 30 of the case of actual testimony and evidence. Uh, Day 30 is not including jury selection time, of course. Well, 30 days already, and rebuttal continues today. The state rebuttal. Oh, I missed you guys. I mean, I had my coffee kind of solo the last couple of mornings. Good morning, Sandra. Tomorrow, Kitty, Sean Coffee. It's so good to see you. Sandra Stevens. Maye, hello. Katie. Ashley Owens. Look at the trees. Good morning. Rocket Couch. Shh. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi. Sean Coffee, thank you so much for all those bears. Adorable. Wow. It is very good to see everybody. Very good. I hope everybody had a good weekend, relaxing. I hope here in the States we had a long weekend, Memorial Day weekend. We got an extra day off, some of us, on Monday. Hopefully everybody was able to like chill. Some people I heard even had Friday. They had a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. They had a 4-day weekend. Tomorrow, kiddo. 2 cups of tea and one in the thermos ready to go. Wow, you're prepared tomorrow, kiddo. Very good. Yeah. Me, I'm on my first cup. I'm still on my first cup. Could y'all let me know if the mic is too loud? Um, I'll know that the intro comes out pretty loud. That is how it was prepared when it was created, kind of booming. Well, I used the short one, but hopefully I'm not too distorted this morning. I have not been live since I saw you all on Thursday. Why, thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. I hope you had a good weekend. And thank you, Mark. It was nice to see you over at the Utopians on Friday. I have not did anything on my channel, but I did panel over at the Utopians, uh, which is a little group of critical thinkers and people with trying to just make a more peaceful, settled view of life, trying to work on our own little utopias and sharing that with everyone, trying to build a community. A really good bunch. Godless Granny, Alt of Ignorance, Madam Who, Ghana, who is just absolutely wonderful. Vote for Ghana, by the way, as a banana. Yeah, we decided, politics aside, vote banana in 2024 here in the States. But that was always fun and relaxing for me to know. I love to have good conversations. Well, I'm really kind of looking forward to today's see what the prosecution is going to bring. Last week was kind of wild, and John Pryor all up in his feels about what the prosecution is going to be rebutting against. He wasn't having it. Well, we did get to actually. We're going to, they actually in the motion in line has approved Miss Olsen to be able to testify about the conversation with Tammy Daybell in regards to her husband, Chad, requesting her to change her life insurance at some point. Just, more of the web that involves the insurance fraud in this particular case. Well, as I said before, although the prosecution has done their best to actually prove Chad Daybell was involved in all 3 murders, and that there exists a conspiracy, and that, well, most of the evidence that I heard, well, to put it in layman's term, just proved that he's like a cult leaderish wackadoodle with some really strange beliefs and a narcissistic tendency to want to get all that attention and have everybody adore him and think he's like a mini god in some ways. He declared himself prophet, which put him at odds with his own faith, the LDS. They took exception to him calling himself a prophet. But, you know, from what I was researching, he's no longer with LDS. They have kind of not put the approval on these wild statements, so to say. Although some of what Chad Daybell was proclaiming and distributing in the conferences and the talks that he did was coming from the LDS faith. And John Pryor did at first try to lean towards the firsts and then now towards him being a fundamentalist, going back to the way LDS used to be. Yeah, and that doesn't seem to be as successful as he may have thought. We'll see how it plays with the jury, though, right? Because that is the real test. It doesn't really matter what I think or what we say out here. We just have opinions on it. Well, what's really going to matter is how this is being viewed by the jury. And that's always a test. Who knows? Based on their own beliefs, based on their own interpretations of the evidence. Remember, they get to take evidence or leave it. They get to believe a witness or not. They could take part of a witness's statement or not. Who knows? Yeah. Hello, Karen. Welcome. Mary, welcome. Yeah, it's good to see everyone. Pull up and have some coffee. Let me put some more in the chat. And oh, by the way, I remembered the banner, but I better get that bingo link, eh? Yes, just in case anybody wants to play. Let me get that for you. Get that up there. My bad, Rocky Couch. I usually have that pinned right away, but I was so excited this morning to get started. Get that coffee going. There we go. All right, everybody. There's the link for bingo call. I finally have a randomizer. And I'm going to be picking winners from the bingo cards for April and May on my next Sunday live stream, which hopefully will be this Sunday. Yeah, if I don't do a live stream, I will definitely video record it and put it up. Yes, it is big. Thank you so much, Couch, because that's exactly how I feel. Like, cut me a break. It's basically Monday around here, right? Where's that? This is it. This is it for the day. It's basically a Monday. Yes, it is. I call Mondays second Sundays just so I can deal with it. Like, I refuse to do anything usually on Mondays. I agree, Sandra Stevens. Yummy coffee. Man, coffee is life. Coffee is life for me these days. Karen, I'm so glad you found my little cool bear emoji. Thank you. And that's the one next to your name is my favorite murder minion, which is Chucky. Shout out to Verillion for making those murder minions. They are so adorable, and I really love them. Oh, I see lots of coffee, smiles, and flowers in the chat. That's nice. It smells good, and we're all going to be awake. Yes, Sandra, I say that all the time. Coffee is life. Any running bet on how late the court will start today? I'll bet you. What do you think? Pryor had a long weekend to think. How many motions? We had a lot of sidebars on Thursday for such a short day. Quite a bit. Yeah. I wonder. I do love emotion though. I do love emotion here because that's when you get to watch lawyers really lawyering. What the lawyering pretty much boils down to are those motions, how you put your point and your argument into a legal brief, and you bring the cases and the arguments to prove it. Like you just back it up. And to me, that's just the part of the process that I really love. I love reading a good legal brief that's full of snark and dripping with even sarcasm sometimes. Some of them can really pull it out, you know. And then some of them are just like absolutely ridiculous. I have read recently over in 2024 more legal briefs that don't even mention one single case to back up their point. Not one single point of precedent. Like as if just what they say is good enough. So I'm like, where did you go to law school? You know, how disappointing. And I'm like really feeling for the judges that have to read them. I'm sure they just want to go, well, if you're not going to make the effort, why should I read it? Like, bye. You know, a really good legal argument in a legal brief will actually lay out the foundation for the judge to actually see your point, be able to prove your point. And here's the clinker. Should you put enough precedent in case in there? Actually keep your point from being overturned and actually back your point up. Make it solid, you know? I feel like you're talking about a specific example. Well, not to get too political, but I have to say, Trump's lawyers in some of these cases, gag. Okay, the worst briefs ever. Or maybe there's a specific example that I also know about. Could be Rocket Couch. It would also be Illuminati. Illuminati, her arguments, her motions, all of this with absolutely no legal precedent or anything. It's just like telling a story that she wants the judge to hear. Like, oh, don't believe me because like I said this. Yeah, see, we're on the same page, Couch, as usual. Yes. I don't know if that's great minds or demented minds, but you and I, like, we're on the same page there. I think sometimes they need to go to law school just to understand these lawyers. Mary, I think actually the dumb ones, yeah, but law school ain't gonna help because like the ones that don't even do it right, like I think they forgot about law school to tell you the truth, you know, or they went like to, discount law school. I don't know. Some of them are concentrating these days more on PR than anything else. Looks like they're going to be coming up soon. See the little camera in the corner there? So, let me just make sure everything's cool. We got full volume. Yes, we do. As soon as they come up, we'll be ready. Well, I didn't think you mind me being a little tiny picture in the corner for right now. I mean, y'all know what my avatar looks like. Yeah. Yeah. I do like trying to explain some of it in layman terms, Mary. Not that I'm a lawyer. Absolutely not. I'm just a woman named Bear with a mic. Seriously. I'm just one of you guys that likes true crime. You know? I might be a little more obsessed about the legal part of it. Like, I don't know how many of you read briefs every day, but I do love it. There's just something about it that brings the world itself into perspective for me. And when it's good, it's really, really good. And when it's bad, it's really, really bad. Like some of the stuff that happened in this trial and some other cases that I'm following can incite me to riot. put me on a soapbox. Give me pause and cause to actually, say my piece. But, oh, let's see. Mark says, what I'm thinking is I love Trump, sorry, is finally being accountable for real life. In most things, he just gets by with his stupid arrogance. Yes, and bullying, and because he has money and he buys his way, and, kind of like that whole attitude. You're with me or you're not. And he can be a force to reckon with PR. He's a mouth. And he doesn't care whether it's the truth or not when he puts it out there. And that could be an onslaught for anybody, as most witnesses in these cases have found out, including the jury and the family of judges and judges themselves. It's like a tornado of you like me or I'll rip you to shreds. I could say I've never seen anything like it. And to be honest, Mark, I hope I never do again. I hope that after these trials, that will be the end of it, and we don't ever have to deal with anything like that again. Well, at the end of the day, a motion to dismiss clams is funny to everyone. Yes, that was my unintentional typo. I tell you what, my fingers, I tell them what letters I want them to push, and it seems like they push the other ones. Or the keyboard skips. Like sometimes the keyboard just skips letters altogether. I don't know if it's because it's wireless or what. But yeah, world's worst typist is. You don't read briefs every day, but you wear your briefs every day, Mark. I'm proud of you. See, we have that in common. At least we have briefs in common. Sort of. Sort of. Yeah, it's amusing. Also love about you, Mark. You're such a good balance of serious critical thinking and intelligence, and also just cornball humor, like one-liners that just it. You remind me very much of my brother, and I love it. I really do. That was a typo in the conclusion of one of Illuminati's. Oh, recent filings. She asked the judge not to dismiss.
All rise. Mr. Court found Session Honorable Stephen W. Boyce, judge for 9.
We are
Thank you.
live.
Please be seated. All right, if you give me just a moment, I'm re-logging in on this computer. While I do that, maybe I'll just confirm with the bailiff. We do have each of the 17 jurors have returned. Is that correct? Yes, sir. All right, thank you.
It appears that Judge Boyce is working on a little bit of a, a technical error or problem, actual issue with his laptop. And then he'll call for the jury. But we're back. Yeah. Rocky Couch, it's funny that she put that in her motion to dismiss. Didn't I do that like when I think I typed the same thing when John Pryor brought his motion to dismiss. I think I put that in the chat somewhere. That's funny. It actually made a legal document or having a proofreading. Is it me, or does everything seem to be going in slow motion today? Oh, let me just check in with the journalist that's in the courtroom. Said that as soon as they got into the room, they saw Chad laughing and chatting with his attorney.
All right, at this time, we'll go on the record. We're on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. After the Memorial Day weekend, we're concluding with evidence today. The state has witnesses in rebuttal. Before we bring the jurors in, the court would note had a sidebar with counsel, and an issue has been raised regarding a particular proposed witness of the state. So in order to resolve that issue, the court requested that we take up a motion in limine on the matter and have that argued on the record before determining, number one, if this witness is going to be permitted to testify. And then number two, if so, is there some restriction on the scope of the testimony that could be presented here today? So, Mr. Wixom, I understand this is your proposed witness. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. If you would like to present argument at this time, including a proffer to the court of what you think the proposed testimony may be in the issue regarding admissibility of that evidence, I'll hear your argument and then I'll hear a response from the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with respect to Ms. Olsen, the state's recollection was we did raise a motion in limine last week relative to relevance and admissibility. The court, in its ruling, did express at least concerns about relevancy, but did ultimately rule that Ms. Olsen would be allowed on a very limited purpose to come and provide rebuttal on a statement from Tammy Daybell that her husband wanted her to up her insurance as she was approaching retirement. However, at that time, the state also alerted the court that she had been watching the trial because she had been released as a witness. So we did bring Ms. Olsen back down. She is here this morning. I briefly visited with her this morning, and by way of proffer, what I would explain to the court, the state feels very candid. She did explain that she would testify precisely to that statement, that she was having a lunch at the school with Tammy roughly a month before she passed, and that in that lunch, the issue of life insurance was raised, and that Tammy did in fact say, my husband wants me to up my insurance. However, on this occasion, it wasn't included in the report before. Ms. Olsen does say that that wasn't just made to her. There was a group of teachers there that they're having a conversation, and that the response when Tammy first made the comment was, well, why are you doing something dangerous or something to that effect? And Tammy responded, no, we're just as we get closer to retirement, he wants me to.
Going back, do you know in her proffered statement who was asking Tammy, who made the inquiry? Was it just somebody that was part of this group, or was it in fact Ms. Olsen that made the inquiry?
He did not narrow that down for me. I can only give the court my impression of what she said. It was more framed as kind of a group question back to Tammy. Now, who the voice of the group was, she did not identify.
Okay, thank you.
And then that's when Tammy made a response that as I get closer to retirement, he wants me to up the insurance. So we understand, Your Honor, that those additional facts are new in the sense of being disclosed by the witness. The state takes a position that, frankly, because if the court does allow this witness, we wouldn't want to create any kind of a surprise or issues. We would ask the court and urge the court to consider letting the state simply introduce what has always been disclosed, which is still consistent with what her apparent truth is. And that is that Tammy at a lunch with Ms. Olsen, we won't inquire as to whether others were present, raised the issue. My husband wants me to up the insurance. The question was asked to her, well, why? And she said, as I approach retirement, he just wants me to up the insurance. Now, I'm sorry, I need to go back on the proffer. There was one additional thing she said. She did say, and I don't want to speak for her, but given the context of the disclosure she made this morning, she said she'd listened to Emma's testimony. She said that actually, when they all sat down, the ladies did, they all sat down and filled out the life insurance applications together, because she says that's kind of the normal sign-up process. So she said everybody did that together. So in fairness, I do have to disclose that that was part of what she told me this morning. The state, nonetheless, is still seeking to call her to simply testify that she had lunch with Tammy. Tammy said, my husband wants me to up the insurance, and upon explanation, he wants me to up it as I approach retirement. Those particulars of the statement have always been disclosed to the defense. That interview occurred in May of 2020 by Detective Mattingly. It was recorded by audio as well as included in a written report. So to that extent, the defense has always had that available to them. We do understand the issues of the additional information, but we feel like that issue can simply be cured by an instruction from Your Honor that we only elicit the very statement that was disclosed originally. We don't believe that any part, the state simply does not believe that Ms. Olsen has been tainted or influenced. We believe, frankly, because of her candor and freely giving this information and letting us know that she has been watching the trial and she did listen to Emma's testimony, that she's being very forthright about it. So the state does believe under, I believe, 615, the court does have discretion to allow this in. We recognize the concern, but we do not believe that she's been tainted. And to the extent there has been any potential for taint, we feel like eliminating instruction from the court to the state not to elicit additional testimony would avoid any potential negative influence or prejudice that could be derived back against the defense. So that is what we are asking today, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wixom, I guess one more question I have. When you say she's been watching the proceedings here in the trial, we had that motion in limine hearing. Do you know if she watched the previous motion in limine hearing that discussed her own potential testimony and whether that's part of what she's already observed?
I certainly just can't speak to whether she watched that portion. She just said after she testified, she had began watching. I will let the court know. I know that in my preparation of her last time, because I didn't want to run afoul of your order, I explained to her that the court had ruled that told her that she could not get into that testimony. So she was at least made aware of the court's ruling prior to her testimony, so we could comply with the court's order.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wixom. What's the response from the defense then on the motion in limine regarding whether or not Ms. Olsen should be permitted to testify about the comment on raising life insurance?
And Judge, permission to remain seated.
You may.
Judge, this is my concern. The court ruled previously that Ms. Olsen, even though she'd been excluded, would be allowed to come back, and Mr. Wixom had an opportunity to discuss the case with Ms. Olsen and elicited what he felt was new or information that they wanted to come back and provide to the jury. Then over a 4-day weekend, Mr. Wixom then preps the witness again. And suddenly the dynamic of what she said is changing. We had other people there. All of these other facts that are suddenly being elicited from her, Judge, causes me some pause, and I'd like to renew my motion to exclude her. There are too many uncertainties here. We don't know how much Ms. Wixom saw. We do know now that after viewing Emma Murray's testimony, the light suddenly came on, and now she suddenly recalls that, oh, there were a bunch of us there for lunch. And that only happened, Judge, after she realized Ms. Murray had testified and contradicted what she said. Judge, there are a number of red flags here. And if the court's going to allow this to go on, we don't know what else she would say. And then the court brought up a point that I wanted to make as well, is what part of the motion in limine before did she view? It's bad enough that she viewed all of Emma's. It's bad enough that she observed the entire trial up until Mr. Wixom stopped her. It's bad enough that he's interviewed her and prepped her at least 2 times now. And each time, magically, she seems to change her testimony and modify her testimony. And it's not modifying her testimony in any way that would aid the defense judge. Ironically enough, both times the testimony changed to help the state. It's shocking. You know, additional interviews, and suddenly, unless there's other things that Mr. Wixom didn't provide to us. One other thing, Judge, is her statement is very clear. It isn't about before I retire. It isn't about at approximately, about retirement. Her statement is very clear. My husband thinks I should up my insurance before I retire. That's her statement. Before I retire. And now we're adding all of these other uncertainties to this thing, Judge, and quite frankly, it's extremely prejudicial. So I'm going to renew my motion to strike, and at the very least, Judge, the additional statements should at the very least be struck as well.
All right, Mr. Wixom, response from the state, please.
Just briefly, Your Honor, Judge, I don't mean any slight to Mr. Pryor. I don't appreciate his innuendo or suggestion that perhaps I've done anything to influence this witness. I haven't. And in fact, that's why I candidly told him about the new information before we had this proceeding. It's why I asked for a sidebar and articulated to the court the very additional information that was provided. What I never did get from Ms. Olsen was any indication that Mr. Pryor in the last 4 years has ever done anything to contact her or talk to her. Certainly hasn't done it in the last 2 months and certainly hasn't done it in the last 4 days. So I don't think there was anything that prohibited Mr. Pryor from reaching out and having his own conversation with the witness to discuss potential testimony. That said, I do think she was very candid with what she said. She didn't try to hide it. And we're not asking, we see the issue that the defense has about the additional pieces of testimony. We recognize that. But we're not asking, Your Honor, to put that in front of the jury. We're simply asking to put the pieces of information that have always been disclosed. And frankly, Judge, there has never been any proposed change to testimony that the state has offered this court up until this morning. We have always maintained that we wish to introduce the evidence as it was included in the recorded audio interview and report that had been provided to Mr. Pryor since 2020. We've never suggested any alteration of what she would say until this morning when she gave us these new facts. That said, Judge, I think the court has a clear picture. We certainly have not done anything to try to intentionally influence this witness. We've done nothing but try to be candid with the court, with the defense counsel. And that's all that we have.
All right, thank you. All right, well, I've considered this motion in limine as it relates to the state's intent to recall witness Janice Olsen in the rebuttal stage of these proceedings. Couple of points. First of all, I certainly do appreciate the candor of the state in bringing the matter to the court before the witness takes the stand in a sidebar to identify the issues that raised concern for the court to determine here outside of the presence of the jurors. I would also echo what Mr. Wixom started with there at the end of his, or beginning of his second argument, that I don't find anything improper that has occurred with the state improperly coaching a witness or providing some sort of feeding of answers to the witness, nor do I find anything that would make me question the veracity or truthfulness of Ms. Olsen, who's already previously testified in this matter. The point I have to focus on at this point is a couple of things. First, I've had an ongoing concern about this statement, whether or not it passes the relevancy standards under rules 401 and 403 in the statement of talking about Tammy Daybell making a comment that the defendant requested she look at upping her life insurance before retirement. There wasn't any real context in the trial about facts of when she was planning on retiring, that was any time in the near future, that she had only worked at that job a couple of years. So I've had that concern. The other concerns that were brought up and were previously litigated in another motion involving hearsay and other issues, I've considered. The part here that causes me greater concern are these, what are called additional facts in the statement. And the fact that in particular, the testimony now, what we know she would say if allowed is that there was a group of people present for this conversation. And if that was the statement, and that information had been relayed to the defense before trial at some point, that would provide an opportunity to either corroborate or impeach that testimony by potentially figuring out, well, who else was there, who was listening to this statement? Does another witness say, yes, this conversation occurred, or no, it did not occur? And so the request now that her testimony be limited to what is essentially a limited context, when I think the context matters and is important, is concerning, because at this stage in the proceedings, that simply leaves the defense with no opportunity to go in and verify or corroborate who else was at the table. And in addition, there was another newer statement about the timing of retirement potentially, which hasn't been raised or brought up until today. And again, that goes directly to that relevancy issue and what weight the jurors may give the statement, and is also another fact that the defense would not have had an opportunity to previously look at, even though the discovery may have included that she would be called, that the defense potentially had an opportunity to interview her before trial. The reality is, in the first motion limine, we had a specific narrow statement that was proposed to be offered, and that's now been expanded in both who heard it and the facts that would come along with it. So I think that the proposal that I just limit that testimony down does not necessarily, number one, provide the jury with an adequate, true context of what happened here because of that limitation. And number two, I think in rebuttal here, where she's already testified, is just unfair to the defense without an opportunity now to challenge who else may have been present for this conversation, and was that accurately recalled by the witness, or does anyone else recall that discussion taking place? So for those reasons, upon considering the motion in limine under Rule 615, I am going to exclude Janice Olsen from further testifying in the state's rebuttal evidence here at this time, having considered all that, including the testimony of Emma Murray as well, which did open the door for this, but I think the expanded scope of where this could go is problematic at this stage. So in the court's discretion, I'm going to disallow the testimony of the witness. Any questions on that ruling, Mr. Pryor?
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Wixom, any questions on the court's ruling?
No question, Judge, and certainly the state accepts the court's ruling, but we would just, unless I misunderstood the court, she has always maintained the issue of the retirement being her reason. So I just wanted to note that, but we understand the court's ruling.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Mr. Wixom. So thanks for allowing time to take that up. We'll now, I believe, get the jurors brought in if they're ready, and we'll start. So who will the state be calling as a witness at this time?
Dr. Christensen?
Okay, thank you. And that's your witness, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wow. Well, we went from possibly hearing Janice Olsen on Thursday, or Pryor lost his motion to exclude her, and the state won. Well, the state, in their honesty, came forward after talking to her, because remember, the judge did say he would want further discussion with her as to how much she had heard on the testimony. He's being as fair as possible here to prevent being overturned. And a fair point. Not exactly unexpected based on the new information that Wixom brought forward. And we're going to hear from Dr. Christensen again.
Here's all present, Madam Court, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. After the Memorial Day weekend, continuing with the state's rebuttal. At this time, the court would note the jurors, all 17 have returned and each has signed their juror affirmation that they followed the court's admonishing instruction as we broke for the weekend. So thank you again for continuing to follow that instruction each time we have a recess. At this time, then, the state is continuing to present witnesses in rebuttal. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call your next witness, you may.
The state would call Dr. Eric Christensen.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Blake, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please remind the jury who you are?
Yes, Eric Christensen. I'm the recently retired chief medical examiner from the state of Utah.
And Dr. Christensen, have you been watching any portions of this trial with the exception of Dr. Raven's testimony?
No, and I haven't watched that. I've just read the transcript.
And outside of that, you have not heard the other testimony presented, is that correct?
I have not.
How long did you work at the Utah Medical Examiner's office?
15 and a half years.
And Dr. Christensen, when you are looking at an autopsy, are you looking at more than just the autopsy itself in order to reach a conclusion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes, that's a routine part of what we do, is not just the autopsy itself, but the evaluation of any tests that we order, as well as a review of whatever history we can find that will help us sort things out.
And why do you do that?
It's essentially information gathering. I think I may have said when I was here last that I don't have the ability to sit down and talk with my patients and ask them what's going on with you, what happened with you. And so all of that sort of information for me comes from other sources. It can be from medical records. It can be from interviews with people that knew them. It can be any number of things. And so we gather all that other kind of information in an attempt to understand what's going on with that person.
And you mentioned that your patient can't talk to you.
Yes.
Do you recall making that statement? Would that be similar to when somebody goes into the doctor and fills out a medical history?
Yes. I mean, when you go see your doctor, they ask you questions about what's going on with you before they decide on a course of treatment with you. That history gathering, those papers they always make you fill out before you go in or send you ahead of time, and all those kind of things. That's information gathering, similar to what we do in our context, just we don't have the ability to get it directly from the patient.
And when you're gathering that information, is it because you've already formed a conclusion and you're simply trying to find information to back it up?
No.
Is it the opposite?
Yes, it's an attempt to basically find as much information as we can that will be relevant to why this person died, and then sorting that problem out.
And then turning to Tammy Daybell, do you recall the autopsy on Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And as part of your involvement in the case, did you review other documents?
Yes,
Did those documents include medical records?
they did.
Generally speaking, if you're doing an autopsy where the cause of death is not immediately apparent, do you generally request medical records?
Yes, that's a fairly routine part of what we do.
And again, is that to provide you that background information to help informing your conclusion?
Yes,
And in this case, do you recall receiving multiple additional reports from law enforcement?
yes, we did.
And at some point, did you review those?
Yes,
And did you at some point also create a list, or did the Office of the Medical Examiner keep some kind of a list of all those documents reviewed?
yes,
And did those include reports from the coroner and or interviews of the coroner from
Yes.
Fremont County?
both.
And also the deputy coroner,
Yes,
the officer that arrived on scene of Tammy's death?
yes,
Did you also review reports regarding an attempted shooting?
yes,
Did you review multiple reports involving people providing some background information about Tammy?
yes.
Did that include background information regarding her health?
Some of them commented on that, yes.
And when we talk about those medical records, do you recall which medical records you reviewed?
We reviewed records from the Teton Clinic as well as from Seasons Medical. And then we also were able to get records from a clinic in Springville, Utah, where she had been seen before relocating to Idaho.
And at some point, have you also had an opportunity to review a report prepared by Dr. Raven?
Yes,
Did you see in that report her list of documents she reviewed?
yes,
Is it fair to say that it was much smaller than the list you reviewed?
Overruled.
yes, there was a lot less. We reviewed a lot more than what was on her list.
Did you also note that she made no indication of reviewing medical records?
Yeah, there was no list of medical records in the report that I saw.
And in her report, she'd reached a conclusion.
She did.
In your review of her report and just looking at what she looked at, if you hadn't had the additional information, would you have maybe reached her same conclusion?
Certainly possible, yes.
And again, is that exactly why you request the additional documentation so that you can make an informed decision?
Yes, it changes when you are dealing with multiple possible causes of death, you're looking for information that will help you either increase or decrease the likelihood of any one of those possibilities. And so, yeah, that additional information gathering is aimed at that endeavor.
And again, that additional information is not to confirm a decision you've already made. Is that correct?
No.
It's simply to provide you necessary information.
Yes.
And when we talk about Tammy's autopsy, again, can you talk us through, when you start that autopsy, what external injuries, if any, did you observe?
The only injuries she had that were externally visible were a few bruises on her upper arms and one on her chest.
So again, is it fair to say when you first observed Tammy, the cause of death is not readily apparent?
That's correct.
And then when you performed the actual autopsy, can you remind us internally what you observed as far as her organs?
Yeah, essentially normal organs, normal brain, normal heart, no significant pathology in any of her organs.
Do you recall observing something called pulmonary edema?
Yes.
And can you again explain what that is for the jurors?
Yeah, pulmonary edema is simply buildup of fluid within the lungs. Fluid leaks out of the alveolar capillaries, the little small vessels that are involved in exchanging air into the blood in the lungs. As a result of a variety of different processes, that fluid can leak out of those capillaries and start filling the air spaces. And then mixes with the proteins and things that are already in those spaces and creates a foamy froth.
So as you're doing the internal autopsy, was a cause of death readily apparent at that point?
No.
Based on what you observed, what did you determine were possible causes of death?
So in any case where you have essentially no significant findings, she had pulmonary edema was really it, then we are looking at a fairly short list of possible causes of death. Those include cardiac arrhythmias that are not related to structural problems in the heart. They include seizures, includes asphyxial deaths of all kinds. It would include drug intoxication. And those are probably the big four categories of things with no anatomic cause evident.
So if we break those down a little bit, can you remind everyone what you did in relation to the potential toxicology or poison overdose, looking into that?
Sure. We initially started with a fairly broad panel of toxicology testing.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming cumulative and not related to presentation of the defense.
On cumulative, Ms. Blake, is this distinguishing from testimony already proffered in the first time he's testified?
Just going over it to remind the jurors, I think in a trial of this length, generally, it's not necessarily considered cumulative to review some of the information.
And Judge, that's a walking response. It's cumulative.
Well, at this point, Ms. Blake, I will ask you to just maintain the scope to what's proper on rebuttal at this time and not, I will sustain a cumulative objection if it's simply the repetition of testimony previously offered.
And if I may respond briefly.
Go ahead.
As far as for purposes of rebuttal, I think Dr. Raven did come in. She presented that she made findings. We went over what she did and didn't review. So I think reviewing with the medical examiner what he went through is proper for rebuttal.
Okay, well, again, I'll at this point sustain that objection. If you'd like to continue, I'll just keep an eye on that. If you could keep the scope to rebuttal, please.
Toxicology tests were in fact conducted, correct?
Yes.
Based on those, did you find it likely that Tammy would have died of anything related to toxicology issues?
No.
And then what is another cause that can that you would look into?
Seizures was also something we assessed.
And again, you reviewed Tammy's medical records, is that right?
Yes.
Any notations or signs of a prior history of seizures?
No.
Did you ultimately determine seizures was a likely cause of Tammy's death?
No, it was not a likely cause.
And then you said a cardiac arrhythmia.
Yes.
Similarly, did you look at Tammy's heart?
Yes.
Any signs of irregularities?
Her heart was structurally normal.
Given her age, medical records, and your review of everything, did you determine that a cardiac arrhythmia was a likely cause of death?
It was not.
And what did that leave you with?
That left asphyxial causes essentially at that point.
Did you see any indications in Tammy's medical records of any negative interaction of any drugs and or homeopathic medication she may have been using?
Judge, again, it's cumulative.
Overruled.
Are you aware or did you learn that Tammy was taking an antidepressant?
Yes.
Did you see any signs or indication that the antidepressant played a role in her death?
No.
Did you see any sign or indication that sleep apnea may have played a role in her death?
No.
Did you see anything in her medical records regarding sleep apnea?
Not that I recall. No.
Would sleep apnea generally be something that you would be concerned about causing a sudden death for someone?
When it does, it certainly can be associated with sudden death, but generally speaking, that is in the setting of someone who has significant additional comorbidities, usually significant obesity and underlying heart disease.
In reviewing Tammy's medical records and performing the autopsy, was Tammy obese?
No.
Are you familiar with, I may say this term wrong, but colloidal silver?
Colloidal silver.
Colloidal
Yes.
silver? Any indication that played a role in Tammy's death?
No.
And we talked about ultimately the cause of death being determined to be asphyxiation.
Yes.
When you are looking at the manner of death, how many potential manners do you consider?
There are generally 5. A death can be ruled for manner, can be ruled a natural death, an accident, a suicide, a homicide, or undetermined.
In this case, did you see any indication that led you to believe the asphyxiation was natural?
No,
Did you see any sign or indication that led you to believe the asphyxiation was accidental?
no,
Did you see any sign or indication to lead you to believe the death was suicide?
no,
So the two categories left would be homicide and undetermined, is that correct?
yes,
Is it fair to say undetermined is a category if two or more of the other four are still on the table?
yes. Generally, we will use undetermined. The most common scenario where we encounter that is overdose deaths, where someone, for example, has a history of abusing medication, but also has a history of depression and maybe even prior overdose attempts, and then they're dead of an overdose that is related to something that they routinely abuse. In the absence of a note or something else like that, it's very difficult to distinguish whether that overdose was intentional or not. And so we use undetermined as manner for those kinds of things.
And in your experience with the autopsies you've conducted and the death certificates you've signed off on, at some point have you used all of those different manners on different death certificates?
Yes,
So is it fair to say in this case, you weren't starting with the conclusion that it was homicide and working backwards?
no,
Was it the opposite direction?
yes,
Once you determined that the other three manners were not likely, that left you with which one?
homicide or undetermined, but there was really nothing to compete with homicide. And so undetermined was taken off the table.
In your review of Dr. Raven's report and testimony and the questioning here today and through the trial, has your opinion as to the cause of death changed?
No,
Has your opinion as to the manner of death changed?
no,
And what did you determine the cause of death to be
asphyxia,
and the manner of death?
homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Christensen.
Good morning.
I'd like to go procedurally through the process of what you performed in this particular case, if we could.
Sure.
At some point, you were present for the exhumation of Tammy Daybell, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then within the same day, you performed an autopsy, is that correct?
Yes,
You did your analysis of that autopsy, made your findings at that point, is that correct?
not on that day. No.
Okay. You drew some medical conclusions about the items that you would cross off your list. Would that be fair at that time?
We had some initial information, but not enough to exclude anything at that point.
What initial information did you have?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said you had initial information. Is that at the time of the autopsy or was that before the autopsy?
Yes, at the time of the autopsy, that's what I meant.
So then at the conclusion of the autopsy and on the same day that they reburied Tammy Daybell, at that point, you started requesting additional information from law enforcement. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And do you recall specifically what you asked for law enforcement in terms of what you requested at that point?
I don't recall specifically. No.
A lot of items.
Yes, we received ultimately a lot of items.
And let me ask you, have you ever heard the expression confirmatory bias?
Confirmation bias. Yes,
Okay.
I heard that.
So I guess I'm using it in a psychology context, confirmation bias. And isn't it true confirmation bias is a situation in which you have science and you're examining
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Overruled.
confirmation bias, isn't it true? Confirmation bias is a situation where you're given a certain number of facts, and then you go outside those facts to get collateral information that may or may not influence your decision. Would you agree with that?
Not exactly, no. I mean, confirmation bias to me, my understanding of that concept is that you, at some point, along a process of making a decision, you have information, you come to a conclusion, and then you essentially evaluate all subsequent information in light of that initial conclusion, both looking selectively for things that support your opinion and rejecting things that don't conform to that opinion.
Okay, so at some point you requested a number of items from law enforcement, is that right? After you did the autopsy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you mentioned that you reviewed, I think, Teton Medical, do you recall that?
Yes.
Seasons Medical,
Yes.
and then a small amount of medical on Springville, right?
Correct.
There wasn't much there, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
And when we talk about the amount of information provided to you from law enforcement, it was significant, wasn't it?
It was a lot of information. Yes.
Do you have any idea approximately how much time it spent to go through all that information that you were provided by law enforcement?
I would guess multiple hours, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay. And at some point, you hadn't made a decision at this point, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at this point, you didn't have anything specifically in your evaluation that caused you to go away from either undetermined or asphyxia homicide, correct? That's where you were at the end?
At the end, ultimately, our final discussion was around the deciding between undetermined or homicidal asphyxia.
Okay, and at that point, based on your review of all of the law enforcement reports and everything that the police officers have provided to you, you decided to lean towards homicide. Is that right?
But we made a decision that we would rule this a homicide. Yes.
As part of your review of this case, did you talk to Chad's daughter, Emma Murray?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's daughter, Leah?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Garth?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Mark?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Seth?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's mom or dad?
No.
Okay. So you got information from law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't go back and look at anything provided to you from the family to give you some concept of what potentially the family history or medical was, correct?
Nothing was provided to me from the family.
Well, nothing was provided, but you didn't ask, right?
I did not.
Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
You didn't ask, did you?
I did not.
And you specifically asked the police officers to provide you information about this case. Is that right?
Honor, asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
After you provided this exhaustive list of police reports that they provided to you, at what specific date did you make your determination?
I don't know specifically when it was. It was sometime in the days immediately preceding when we signed the report, but I don't recall specifically which of those days.
Would it be fair to say that it was 14, 15 months later that you finally signed the report?
I believe that's about the right timeline. Yes, 13, 14 months.
So after 14 or 15 months of looking at this, you then made the decision that you came to the conclusion you did. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to the autopsy. And obviously I'm not a medical examiner. But when I read the autopsy, I noted that you didn't make any note of the inflammation that was occurring in Tammy's lungs. Is there a reason why you didn't bring that up?
Because there's no significant inflammation in her lungs.
And you made the determination that it wasn't significant, correct?
That's correct.
So we don't know what the level of the inflammation was at the time that Tammy Daybell died, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying misstates prior testimony. Move to strike.
Sustained. We'll strike the question.
Do you know the level of inflammation that was in Tammy Daybell's lung at the time of her death?
I know it was in her lungs at the time I looked at them from the time of autopsy, which would be
Okay.
expected to be reflective of that.
All right. And if there's inflammation in the lungs, that would be a reasonable explanation for why we had potential fluids in the lungs, would it not?
There was not sufficient inflammation in her lungs to account for the pulmonary edema that was present.
Okay. And at no time when you testified the first time, did you mention the fact that there was inflammation in Tammy Daybell's lungs, did you?
No. And there, do you want further response?
Well, you can if you'd like. Go ahead.
There's inflammation. Inflammatory cells are a normal constituent of lungs, even normal healthy lungs. It's normal for there to be inflammatory cells there. In small numbers, they're there basically to do the job of what inflammatory cells do, fight intruders and deal with infections. And there was no significant increase in the amount of inflammatory cells present in her lung.
Okay, so if there's no, if it's part and parcel of a normal lung, then wouldn't the response in the autopsy say that it was a normal lung?
I would expect so, yes.
Yeah, and instead, in the autopsy, you talked about inflammation in the lungs. So this wasn't part and parcel of just a little inflammation. There was inflammation in the lungs, wasn't there?
I would have to review them. I don't recall
Okay.
at this point.
And Judge, could I have a moment, please?
You may.
Thank you. So I previously discussed with you that on the very first time you testified, you didn't mention anything about inflammation in the lungs. Is that right?
And not that I recall.
All right. And then today, when the prosecutor called you back after the defense has rested their case as a rebuttal witness,
Objection, Your Honor. That's a narrative. Move to strike.
Sustained.
second time you're called back, questioned by the prosecutor. Again, no discussion about inflammation of the lungs,
Your
correct?
Honor, argumentative, asked and answered. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Second time you're back, again, no discussion about inflammation in the lungs, correct?
Correct.
And then only after the defense attorney gets up here and questions it does the subject come up. Is that right?
Yes.
Nothing else.
All right, Ms. Blake, redirect.
Dr. Christensen, have you testified before?
Yes.
And are you familiar with court proceedings that the state brings people back as rebuttal witnesses?
Yes.
So have you testified in that capacity before?
A couple of times. Yes.
Counsel just went over inflammation in the lungs pretty in depth. Again, was there any indication that inflammation of Tammy's lungs caused her death?
No.
I think you said there was no significant or there was no signs of inflammation that would have caused the pulmonary edema.
That's my recollection.
And you considered the possible causes of death given essentially a negative autopsy.
Yes.
In your role as a medical examiner in Utah, do you generally request reports if the cause of death is not readily apparent?
Yes.
And is that exactly what you did in this case?
Yes.
So nothing about this was different than what you would normally do as far as information gathering.
In terms of the gathering, no. The volume was certainly different, but what we request is not different. There was just a lot more generated in this case.
And in reviewing the reports provided by law enforcement, were there any reports where Chad's kids had agreed to speak with law enforcement and provide information?
Not that I recall.
Would it surprise you to learn that they refused?
Judge, I'm going to
law
object.
enforcement?
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Would it surprise you to learn that they refused to speak with law enforcement?
I don't know if it would surprise me or not. I mean, certainly they're right not to talk to law enforcement, but
And if you had been provided reports that included statements from the kids, would you have reviewed them?
absolutely.
And if none were provided, would it surprise you to learn it's because they don't exist?
No.
And again, when you're requesting that additional information, is it because you've already made a decision and you're simply trying to support it?
No.
And in fact, is it the opposite?
Yes, we gather information to help us make a decision.
And is that what you did in this case?
It is.
And again, based on the information you gathered, the autopsy, anything about questions today or other information that would cause you to change your opinion?
No.
And again, your opinion on the manner of death?
Manner of death was homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Judge, I have additional questions.
What topic?
Kids, no reports.
Your Honor, that was well within the scope.
That was within the scope. It was brought up on cross, so I don't see that there was a door open for any recross at this point. So that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Christensen. The state can call its next witness.
The state would call David Stubbs.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, I'll note, Officer Stubbs is on the stand, has been sworn again. I am going to inquire, have you been observing or reviewing any of this trial testimony since you were last here?
No, sir.
And have you discussed with anyone else testimony they've given?
No, sir.
All right, thanks for your responses. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Mr. Stubbs, you've testified before, but can you just briefly remind the jury of your name and your law enforcement experience?
Well, retired detective, Rexburg Police Department. Served in that capacity for approximately 30 years.
Do you recall testifying about serving warrants on Google in this case?
I do.
Did you receive Google records for an email account, chad.daybell@gmail.com?
Yes, I did.
What type of records did you receive when you got those?
Well, anything that was in the warrant that Google would have record of that we asked for, things like search history, location services, user, owner of the account information, things like that.
And did you review those records?
I did.
Did you review the Google, the search history records?
Yes.
When you reviewed those records, did you find anything related to turning location data off on a phone?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
January 3rd, 2019, the user of the account looked up how to turn off the location services on location or GPS services on an iPhone.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107C. Defense has been previously provided a copy, and I have a courtesy copy of that and 2 other exhibits for the court.
All right. Mr. Wood, these have not been previously admitted, is that correct?
That is, well, they do come in under the business records affidavit that was admitted under 107,
Okay, I just was.
but they have not
clarifying.
previously been admitted, these specific items.
Very well, thank you.
Detective, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107C?
I do.
What is it?
It would be the in portion search history from the Daybell Google search history.
And did you, what you're seeing on that screen or that piece of paper, is that a true and accurate representation of what you viewed in the search history?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107C.
Any objection?
No objection.
107C is admitted.
And may I publish the EMO?
Yes.
Detective, what do you see on this page?
This would be in part some of the search history from the Daybell Google search history.
And what is the date on those searches?
This would be January 3rd, 2019.
Detective, when you get, have you had other occasions to review returns from Google for Gmail accounts?
Yes, I have.
And you talked earlier about looking for location data.
Correct.
Where do you normally find that in the return?
So when Google sends you a return of requested items from your search warrant, most generally, if they have information, it'll come in different, if you will, folders in one packet. And those packets are all labeled, folders are all labeled. So there's usually a folder that has location services as the heading.
Was there any such folder in the chad.daybell@gmail.com return?
There was a tab of that, yes.
And did you open that folder?
Yes.
What did you find in that folder?
When you open it, it's usually if there is information, it will come in the form of an Excel spreadsheet. However, if they don't have anything, it'll open up in a different window that says, as did this one, that there were no location services available.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as 107D. Mr. Stubbs, do you recognize State's Exhibit 107D?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
It was, as I before mentioned, when opening that tab from the return statement saying that there are no locations available for the date range inquired.
And on State's Exhibit 107D, is that a true and accurate representation of what that folder appears, of what appears in that folder when you open it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107D.
Any objection?
No objection.
107D is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, what is on the screen?
So this is just what it would say, or what it did say when opening up that particular folder under the chad.daybell@gmail.com. States does not have records, data available to export from the data range 1/1 of 1970 to 12/31/2019. So there was nothing available to give to us.
And to be clear, normally when you could click on that page, there's an Excel spreadsheet.
Yes, if there was data available, there would be an Excel spreadsheet showing different locations and whatnot.
Mr. Stubbs, through your training and experience, are you aware if a Google user can request to have their location data deleted?
Yes, that is a possible feature.
How does someone go about doing that?
There's various ways you can do it, depending on the type of service you're using. But with Google, such as Google Maps, you can actually go into your user account and request that your information not be tracked. Number one. Number two, you can request that all past data be retracted from their records as well. You can do that in the Maps account. You can do it in your Gmail account. You can do it in your phone as well.
Thank you. In your review of the chad.daybell@gmail information, did you find a record of any such request?
Yes.
What did you find?
August 24th, 2019, a request was made through the Gmail account of chad.daybell to have all location GPS history deleted from the account.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 107E.
I got it. Thank you.
Mr. Stubbs, do you recognize State's Exhibit 107E?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This would have been in the same Gmail account return, the Google Confidential and Proprietary tab. It is a delete request for, and this was done 8/24/2019.
And what format is that document in?
So because there was information, this looks to be in an Excel spreadsheet form.
And that form, the way it appears before you now, is that how it appears in the Google return?
Yes, when we got the return from Google, this is exactly how it appeared.
And so exactly how it appeared, is it fair to say that's a true and accurate representation of what you viewed in that the chad.daybell@gmail information?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107E.
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 107E is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Detective, do you have a pointer up there?
Yeah, if I can. Oh, yep, I sure do.
Can you point out the title of that page?
Confidential and proprietary would be the, excuse me, the heading of the tab.
All right, and then in green at the top of the page, what does it say up there?
chaddaybell@gmail.com. Deletion history, location history.
And then in the body of that document, What do you see of interest to your investigation?
So this is what was of interest to me is the request to have deleted all location services. This was done would have been 8/24 of 2019. Should be noted that the deletion range here goes back to 1970. Customarily in a lot of computer.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is going to go beyond, it's non-responsive.
I'll ask a question.
All right.
The 1970 date, is that date familiar to you?
It is a date commonly used by computer formats where they start recording, if you will, computer activity. 1970 is a common date for a lot of different formats that they start.
And again, what date was this request made?
This would have been requested August 24th, 2019.
Detective, we had earlier on the screen States Exhibit 107C, the search history you spoke about.
Yes.
When you get that search history, can you actually click on the items that were searched?
So if you recall, the short answer is yes.
Did you click on those items that were marked in States Exhibit 107C?
Yes.
What did you see when you did?
So it took me to the same web pages that would have been viewed by the user of this account. When you go to that, it has specific instructions, detailed instructions on how to turn those services off on iPhone device.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
C, D, and E.
All right. Those just admitted exhibits. Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please submit those to Mr. Pryor, 107C, D, and E.
Thank you. And I saw that Mr. Wood called you Mr. Stubbs. Is that acceptable to you?
That'll work.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Stubbs, on Exhibit 107C, it has a date of January 3rd, 2019. You recall that?
Yes.
And that's the turning off the location services of a iPhone or iPad.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell has an Android device?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Tammy Daybell had an iPad device?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Had an iPad device?
That Tammy did?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. So if someone's trying to turn the location off of January 3rd of 2019 for an iPhone or an iPad, that doesn't necessarily mean they're looking up how to turn off an Android device, does it?
That's correct.
Okay. So this search was in talking Apple devices, right?
That is right.
And you're aware that Chad Daybell didn't have an Apple device, right?
I'm not sure if he had an Apple device, but I know he had an Android.
Okay. You're also aware that around January 3rd of 2019, that was shortly or around the time that Chad Daybell started having an extramarital affair with Lori Vallow, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be unusual for someone who's having an affair Even if Chad doesn't have an iPhone or an iPad to try to maybe hide the fact that he's having an affair with someone, correct?
That could be the case.
Okay. Now, you talk specifically about turning off Google location devices, right? That's
From
what
the-
this is about, right?
From the
Lindsey?
searches, yes.
Yeah, so that relates to merely the information that Google is gathering for location services, correct?
Yes, but also the user was asking for how to turn those off using an Apple device.
Yeah, using an Apple device, right? Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're turning off all of your location devices, right?
Are you talking about different devices?
Yeah, I'm talking about different devices.
I can only speculate that they're,
Judge, I'm,
Overruled. It's,
Go ahead.
you posed the question, he can answer. Go ahead.
I can only speculate that they're referring to one device.
okay. An iPhone or an Apple device, right?
Correct.
You said it's the user's account. That's what you said, right? It's the user's account. The person who did this was the user's account.
Was using the Chad.Daybell account, yes.
We don't know who was using the account to turn off location services on their Apple device, right?
I can't tell you who was using the account other than the account name.
Are you aware in the Daybell family between Chad and Tammy, which one was the computer person in that relationship?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. 8/24/2019. The exhibit talks about going back to 1970. It's not unusual to do a deletion of your search history, is it, in any regard with anybody, right?
I guess
Objection
that,
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Anybody can do a search history and delete their search history, right?
that's correct.
And if you're having an affair with someone close in time when maybe that person may be moving from Arizona to Idaho, you may want to delete your history to cover your tracks, right?
Possibly.
Okay. There's no other way to decide who was doing that search history deletion though, right?
Other than the account user
Right.
name, no.
And you don't know the location of where they were conducting that deleting that search history, right?
That is correct.
All right, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wood, redirect.
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Stubbs, you were asked by counsel about the possibility of deleting location data to hide an affair.
Yes.
And through your investigation, are you aware if Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were having an affair?
Yes.
Are you aware if Lori Vallow had an iPhone?
Yes, she did.
Counsel asked you about deleting search histories to cover the tracks of an affair.
Yes.
Could a person also delete their location data to cover the tracks of crimes committed?
Yes.
If part of those crimes involved the location of missing children, could that be a reason to delete that data?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I think this is a good breaking point probably for the mid-morning recess. Is the state gonna have another witness to call?
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
Yes.
Your Honor, my name is Mr. Stubbs.
Oh, yeah, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, Mr. Stubbs.
Yeah, looks like we're going to be taking our break after this sidebar, that is. Let's see how long this one's going to be. I would like a sidebar. I think Pryor is realizing things are wrapping up and he's making every last ditch effort that he can to dismantle the state's case where he can. But I don't really think the state is unprepared for that. I think Lindsey Blake did an excellent job with Dr. Christensen in regards to dismantling, especially Pryor going back after all that testimony, hoping that the jury doesn't recall the dismantling last time in regards to the loans. Oh, he went right back there again, trying to put that in their mind.
All right, thanks, counsel. We'll go ahead and take that mid-morning recess, and then the state does have an additional witness to call after that. So we'll go ahead and be on recess until, let's reconvene at 10:30 for the next witness, please.
All right, please.
Okay, that's a 27-minute break we're going to be on. Let's see if they actually get here at 10:30. Yeah, that would be something, huh? Oh, I wonder what he said tomorrow, kiddo. Yeah. You know, for him to be laughing and joking this morning first thing with his attorney before they went live on cameras, I found to be interesting, to say the least. This is a death penalty case. Is he that confident that everything's just fine with his case? That I mean, even if you're putting on the best case possible, like being serious about this, like look at the state, like they're putting on a banger of a case, and you don't see them being all jovial over there. Like, this serious stuff, this man's delusional. I'm kind of disappointed. I guess he's not brave enough to try and understand tech. You mean Pryor? I wonder if Pryor actually honestly believes delusion that he's winning. I mean, I think believes he's doing the best that he can. I think Lindsey made a great point when she said, that none of the family members actually contacted law enforcement to get any of their investigations out there, and that it's not normal procedure for the medical examiner to interview people outside of the investigation. They look at the investigation materials, period. They don't go and question others. They don't go to the family and make a whole bunch of questions. That's not normal procedure. I don't know if he laughed, but I don't think he looked uncomfortable enough. That's for sure, Liz. I'm not sure. I do think Katie, I think you're right. I think he thinks he's smarter than everybody else. Do you think he is narcissistic or actual narcissist, though? Well, I do have one thing to say about that. In my library chats, there is a conversation that I had with Luke, Bearded Heretic, and he's got some experience in some studies in psychology and in works in a therapy kind of general manner. And we had a big conversation about narcissism. And it's really, an actual narcissist is less than 5% you would think it would be more. I mean, just about everybody out here has narcissistic tendencies, including myself out here with a YouTube channel. Liking the attention, thinking I got something to say and people want to hear it. Come on, that's like a narcissistic tendency, wouldn't you say? And we all have some. And Chad Daybell has more than enough for most of us. But is he an actual narcissist? The test is pretty tough to actually label. We had another conversation at one time about the labeling of a psychopath. And we actually went and used Hannibal Lecter, that most of us in the chat, if you're familiar with Hannibal Lecter from the movie and his crimes, you would say, oh my God, he's got to be a psychopath, right? Didn't pass the test. Nope, couldn't label him as a psychopath. These determinations in mental health are very hard to actually label solidly. It's why they call psychology an art science and not science, because it's like it's hard to pinpoint. So when you ask, is he a narcissist or just have narcissistic tendencies, I would come down firmly on narcissistic tendencies because I see them. Whether or not he's an actual narcissist, well, I think that's beyond my scope and most of our scopes in determining. Like I said, to be an actual narcissist, it's pretty hard to label. Good afternoon, Liam, and welcome. Coffee and biscuits. I'm having a scone myself with my break coffee. Always good to have you here, Liam. It does, Mark Caesar. I agree. It takes a lot of information, a lot of battery of testing, and based on narcissism itself, the testing could be skewed. Wouldn't you agree? A narcissist who thinks he's in control of everything is not really going to be cooperative, honest, or whatever. It's difficult, to say the least. So, that would be my point. Because I really don't, I'm not a psychologist. I don't know that much about it. Well, diagnosing anything in mental health is something we should leave to the experts. Sean, yes, I've got a whole playlist for the library chats. Luke and I had a very interesting one during the Murdaugh trial about patricide and what actually brings someone to the point that they could kill their whole family, and why would anybody even do that? Well, and the reason I wanted to have that conversation with Luke at that time was because I was wondering, like, was he doing this to cover it up? Could he just not deal with his family not having a bad opinion of him? Because to me, it was obvious that Alex Murdaugh loved his family. And I couldn't understand, I love these conversations with Luke. I'm hoping to have one with him about Chad Daybell at some time in the future because of the cult aspects of this. But, we'll see based on timing and all, if we can pull it together. But I also recommend you check out his channel. He does some very interesting talks. He's often on Answers and Reasons, one of my other very favorite channels for these type of philosophical and psychological type conversations with a little bit of atheism put in there, but real talk, but also open in its scope to allow other opinions. I love those guys, Joe and Dave and Luke. Yeah, I do. I think they're great. Yeah, I don't think we do, Anna. It's really hard. I don't think we have enough to diagnose much in psychology. Exactly. Yeah. selfish to the core. I would say that Chad Daybell, in his just based on the adultery, in the controlling with his children that I see, yeah, I would say selfish to the core. Yeah, he wanted what he wants, you know. Yep, he was talking more, writing his books, leading his peeps. Yes, he was. He wanted to be known as this prophet. He wanted to be the head of something spectacular, and he was crafting it on his own. And this was his mission. And he saw Lori as a great enhancement to that mission, as far as I can tell, and something that could help lead it forward. He found someone who believed what he was saying wholeheartedly, and she was younger, and you know, let's just say she had some magnetism, you know. She admits to being quite the sexual creature, and uses her feminine wiles, you know, to her advantage. And I think that every part of that was flattering to him and ego boosting. And he just, you know, saw it as the path, you know, a way to confirm the path he wanted. Mm. Lori was diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, which is slightly different. Yes, and yeah. Was that why Tomorrow Kiddo? I'm not sure. That was during her temporary, like that was during her committal, or to be screened whether she could stand trial or not. Because that's the only time I heard that mentioned. And I would think that Chad would be too. I agree. I think they both would be. But like I said, like, that always is the part of this trial that absolutely blows my mind, because when you look at what they wanted to accomplish, they really didn't need anybody to die for that to happen. There were plenty of people they called dark that they didn't bother to remove. They removed people for convenience and money. People close to them in their lives. They removed them as obstacles for what they saw as obstacles to what they wanted to gain. But actually, you know, nobody would have kept them there. They could have just held hands and walked off into the sunset. Nobody would have cared. You know, I don't think Tammy would have fought to keep Chad in her life. I think she may have fought for what was rightfully hers, like alimony in the house, you know, him being the wronged party, her being the wronged party, and him being the adulterer. I think it would have been, you know, I don't know her personal beliefs. I don't know how hard she would have fought for what is rightly could have been hers. But, you know, divorce is an option, you know. Apparently much better option than adultery. Because even though Chad said that he would lose his standing in the church if he got divorced, well, when they found out about the adultery, he kind of lost it too. No one could actually say that that was within the values of his belief system with the church. You're two different people depending on which country you're in, Liam? Really? Is that because of your name, or I don't understand this. I was in a class where we ran one of those 5-aspect personality tests based on Jungian archetypes. We each did the test twice with questions from a British version and an American version. I see. Okay, so that means I am two different people depending on which country I am. And I concur with this because that happens to me often. And you know what? That comes up a lot, right, Liam, when we're doing cryptic crosswords, and I have to look for the answer, and I have to think, like, am I thinking in British terms, or am I thinking in English terms, in American terms, rather, in regards to the questions that they're asking? Because the cryptic crossword, I do believe it comes from a UK source. I am curious about the people who didn't change, Liam. Like, because to me, I think it would be more common that you do change a little bit. Yeah, I agree, Mark. He kind of lost all standing when he got excommunicated for all the reasons above: adultery, claiming yourself as a prophet, like, all of that. Misrepresenting the church doctrine. Yeah, all of that. Oh yeah. Um. No, Sean, I don't believe that they are serial killers outside the realm of people that really know them. I think if you had any money or influence over them and you were close to them or within their inner circle somehow, that you were at risk. Charles Vallow, as example, Brandon Bordeaux, because he didn't believe the way they believed, and um, you know, didn't appreciate the children being labeled dark or the influence they were having over his wife, Melanie. They tried to get rid of him. Also, there was an attempt on his life. Um, I think it was much more personal than that. I do not think they actually went outside. But who knows what the future would do. But from what I've seen in FBI profiling, that would be rare. I mean, you're either a serial killer with purpose, or this one being a very personal purpose, the greed and obstacles. um they gained something from each one of these deaths. You know what I mean? So I don't know about strangers at all. I can't really see it fitting in a pattern to go there, but hey, I'm not an FBI profiler either. you know It is always fascinating, isn't it, Sean? I love that. Even in the true crime part, I really did enjoy going through FBI profiles with our friend Jay from True Serial. Some of my favorite streams were looking at old cases in the FBI profiling of them and how they figured things out. Um, Talking about how they started the FBI profiling to begin with, the behavioral unit. Um, it was fascinating. I do love that part of it also. I think especially with Lori, it was getting away with it once made them bolder. I think so too. Lori learned as she went with each manipulation. Let's just say with all the husbands, she learned through each one how to get the insurance changed, how to get her financial growth. I mean, she actually got back with Charles in an attempt to get that insurance changed again. That is a wily woman. She was learning every step of the way with gaslighting, manipulation, and etc. to get what she wanted. And I think with the deaths, yeah, um, once you could do one, once they started talking about it, it kind of just made it all possible, didn't it? Um, yeah, that's the word right there. The opportunistic killers. They got personal gain from this. Yep, and I agree, Karen. It's just sickening. Oh, Mary, if you want, I do believe I saved it so that it should be up to date. Um, the um, the description has timestamps. They can go back to the testimony, Mary, if you'd like. I forgot to timestamp the morning break, though. I'm just adding that now. If you hear the clicking, my apologies. But I don't want to forget again. Well, George said it would be a 27-minute break. We've got another 9 minutes if they come back on time. And that's a big if, because time is, well, I guess relative to this judge. Hmm. I agree tomorrow, Kiddo. That stuff about the 3-year-old, when I heard that, which I don't recall hearing before because it hit me. It hit me hard, I'll be honest. The fact that he was labeling a 3-year-old child dark, and the fact that Chad Daybell actually said out loud that I will limit his tolerance for pain and then increase his pain, this child, to try to get them to conform and be in line. It was astonishing. Tomorrow Kiddo says, yeah, took my breath away. Yeah, I agree. I just could not wrap my brain around that. Kind of warped me a little bit. Definitely didn't make me look too kindly at Chad Daybell. That's for sure. But what are you gonna do? It is some of the stuff that you hear in these trials, they just well outside my norm. Yes, the fact that he will pronounce a complete personality based on if the person is good to him or for him. I agree. It's almost like what can they do for me? Like, are they on my side or not? Like, because like Ty Lee didn't like him, didn't want to believe what he was saying, didn't have a lot of respect for him, was labeled dark almost immediately. JJ was giving Lori stress, was starting to act out more and more, probably because he was being ignored, or she was being more impatient because all she wanted to do was be with Chad and do what she wanted to do. And he was becoming an inconvenience, and he got labeled, Well, he was just tired of living his life with Tammy, and she got labeled. Charles, well, he was going to tell everybody about this affair. He was pushing back on Lori as she was the bad person that she was. And in his divorce proceedings, he laid it all out about her wild beliefs and her also her her attempts on his life, her threatening him constantly that he would be killed. That's all in the divorce decree, the proceedings. His testimony on all of that, Well, it seemed, yeah, I think you're right, Liam. Anybody that was not with them was at risk. This is true, Mark. Just a thought. Isn't it odd that we feel so outraged about crimes against children rather than crimes against adults? I think we still feel some outrage in regards to crimes against adults, but I think you're right. I think we feel it more when it is a child. And I think that is because we look at a child as someone who needs to be protected. We look at them as a vulnerable population, so to speak. They're vulnerable. They need to be protected. They don't know. They're innocent in most cases. And I just think it hits us harder. Or, as a mother, it affects me because, you want to protect children. You want to nurture them and help them grow. And these atrocities that happen to them are awful, We're supposed to, it's just like the disabled or the elderly. I also feel much more outrage about crimes against them. Vulnerable sections of the population that have to go through these kinds of things, it does hit me harder. And I think that's because, the strong are to protect the weak, and that it is our nature to protect them. In it's true. We should care just as much about what happens to an adult. Listen, murder in any instance is wrong, right? It's an outrage. So is abuse or any kind of crime like that, taking advantage of somebody, whatever their age, whether they be from a vulnerable part of our population or not. Uh, it all should be, you know, it should definitely matter a lot. And we should feel outraged. But you're right. It seems like more people speak out when it's a child or from a vulnerable population. Yeah, it's true. You know, I'm not so sure it's odd. I think it's human nature. But this says, I think they planned on getting Brandon's insurance added to their stockpile, and then his Social Security benefits on the two dark children of Melanie's as well. Could be, but we will probably never know, because although Melanie testified, she is still very influenced by the two of them. She calls them mother and father, you know. So I don't know. And she's quite willing to call her own children dark because they were getting to be a handful. And she doesn't have a kind word to say about Brandon at all. I agree, Mary. None of these victims deserve what happened to them at all. Not at all. Yes, Sean, because we're supposed to protect the innocent. Exactly. That's why we feel the outrage. It's one reason why I get leery about people who have a "if you are not with me, you are against me" attitude. Bitter experience there through life. Yes, it is, Liam. I agree. And I agree with both of you. None of the victims deserve what happened to them. You're right, Liam. They didn't. Because they're all someone's baby, someone's children, even the adults. Yeah, that's what I want to know too, Liz. If they plan to move to Hawaii and live happily ever after, how is that going to be leading the 144,000 in the tent city back in Idaho? Exactly. I would imagine that they were only going to show up occasionally, and or they were going to try to relocate it all to Hawaii. Much better weather, and they could do whatever they wanted. Um, I don't think they were going to be accepted as well as they thought they would be in Idaho. I mean, they did have a following, but things were heating up. Um, and I think that's why they were escaping to Hawaii. I think their plans got a monkey wrench in them, to be honest. I do. I think the original plan had to be scrapped. I'm hoping that they come back. We're all a minute late, by the way. Mm. Mm. Excuse me, I have to mute for 1 second. I don't want to cough on screen. Hold on. Oh, Sorry about that. I wanted to drink and cough and clear my throat a little bit. Not Idaho, Idaho. Yeah, Idaho. Did I say Idaho? Idaho. I meant Idaho. Like, who knows? Like, I got a little tickle going on here, Liam. I know you couldn't resist. It's okay. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Yeah. Well, anyway, hopefully the judge will be back any moment, and I wonder if we'll have new motions. But I was surprised that that motion was brought forward by the state instead of prior this morning. But actually appreciated their honesty. I do have to say that since they actually re-talked to the witness, which they had to, because the judge did say so. He said he really had a lot of questions before he was going to allow the testimony, and that they needed to speak with the witness. So they did, and they brought forward everything in their honesty. But I think the judge made the right decision, because had they allowed that witness, it would have been a great opportunity for something to get overturned. And the last thing a judge wants in a trial of this magnitude is to be overturned on any decision. I mean, they don't like to be overturned anyway, regardless. They need to be fair and practical to all. And the main factor that he pointed out was the fact that more than just Janice Olsen was at that table, and that they don't know who else. And the defense was not offered that information in time to actually query anybody else who was there in order to impeach or challenge the statements, which is their right. And that's a big issue. And it's always an issue in all testimony. And so, no. But anyway, I thought it was a good decision. Often I find Judge Boyce, now that I'm over the annoyance of him denying the cameras in the Vallow trial and actually separating the cases. I was annoyed then. I thought he was too cautious and too slow in some of his determinations, and he's very matter of fact, and he's not very emotional. And actually, those are excellent, solid foundation qualities in a judge. But because I was all wrapped up in the case, I had my big feels involved. But I have grown to really admire his style. I have. Oh, thank you, Liam. Liam says I pronounced it like Idaho, not Idaho. Thank you very much, Liam. That's very amusing. Well, anyway, we're going to be in Idaho for Kohlberger also. And I'm still waiting on final determinations on the Schofield versus the TikTok psychic case. I'm still that civil case. I have to see whether they actually did the judgment on that or not. It's kind of been quiet on that front. I've got a little bit of research to do on true crime. Get back in the swing of things next week when this all comes to an end. I'm not ready. There's other trials going on that have blown me away. I have not had my daily dose of otters today. Thank you, Mark. There's more than enough to get me through the morning and perhaps most of the afternoon. I thank you very much, Mark. I did not get a daily dose of otter yet today. I didn't even get one on Twitter yet today. Usually I get one or two by now, but it's been a long weekend. I think most people, it takes a little bit to get back into the swing of things after a long holiday weekend. Oh, you mean the TikTok psychic? Yeah. I don't think she's going to get any jail time. I think she'll be sanctioned for loss of income and things like that. It depends on what Schofield can prove as to loss of reputation and things like that. The judge was very sympathetic to the TikTok psychic being out of her element, representing herself. So I don't think they're going to be that harsh. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right, Liam? It's like we've been following that from the beginning, and he's been very lenient in allowing extra time, allowing grace in motions. But fact is, when she answered the derogatories, she actually admitted to everything that she was accused of. And her reasoning is, you don't know the science behind spirit guides, and they're not lying. You are. It'll all be true eventually. You just have to wait. And I'm like, okay, really? Yeah. It is difficult to look at Lori Vallow, especially when she is actually I want to call her Lori Daybell. I don't want to disrespect Charles Vallow. I should be calling her Daybell. Interrogatories, yes. Yeah, interrogatories. Did I say something different? Maybe I did. Well, you know, when they actually answered all of the questions back and forth, you know, in regards to the how and the when in the accusations. Oh, did I say derogatories? Because I think most of her answers were. It's probably how my brain translated it. Did I say derogatories? Yeah, interrogatories is what it is, not derogatories. To be derogatory, you know, actually her answers were a little derogatory. Actually, to be honest. Yeah. I could see how my brain flipped that because of what I was thinking. Thank you for helping me clarify that, Liam. I wouldn't want the wrong information out there. I'm cracking my mouth. I'm still not wrong. It's right. If you read the answers, you'd understand what I mean. I mean, she was like, yeah, I did it. So what? Like, that's what my spirits told me, you know, basically. Actually, no, Mary, it's kind of funny because that's my brain was actually thinking about her answers and thinking how derogatory they are, and that's probably why I missaid it. It happens to me often. I'm having a totally different conversation in my head. Like, what can I tell you? I do have a full cup here, Mary. Thank you. Yeah. Well, I did not finish my scone yet either. I've just been picking at it. No appetite today. I don't know what is with me. None whatsoever. That's a good question, Liz. When a person goes to prison for life, no parole, or get the death penalty, is a psych eval ordered for them? I don't think so. I think only if they are presented with a problem, or just to see if they've got some mental health there, they can consult. But I don't think it's standard. But I'm going to look into it, Liz, just to give a better answer. Probably during the next lunch break. Because I don't know. Maximus is such a good boy. I'm sure he loves getting the last few biscuits. I should know better than to start to eat a scone just because it's there. Like, really, it's because, like, I was like, I don't want that to go bad. They were really good the other day, you know. And I started to pick at it, but I'm not really hungry. Now that saying is in my head, Liam. The derogatory interrogatories. Like, it's gonna be like the joke of the day for me. I'm gonna, like, every time I think of it, I'm gonna crack up. The derogatory interrogatories. Yeah. That'd be a great title for a song. Mark, you got me. I live in America. Yes, I do. Born and raised here. Yes, I am. But I'm actually Jersey pean, if you want to know the truth. That's what I call myself. Not American. Yes, I like scones. They've definitely passed the 30-minute break by 12 minutes already. I think something's going on, Liz. Yes, Liam, we could start a poem with that. Derogatory interrogatories. You hear the Jersey? Thank you, kiddo. Most people think they don't, but because of the way I was raised, there's a lot of, European influence there. I like my scones. I call cookies biscuits. I call potato chips crisps. I occasionally go back and forth with French fries being chips. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. And I put malt vinegar on my fries. But I like a lot of good Australian things too, Mark. Like, I have to tell you, I'm obsessed with Fijo sours and Hokey Pokey lumps. Those are candies from Australia and New Zealand that I'm
All rise.
obsessed with.
Mr. Court's again in session.
We're back.
Thank you. Please be seated. You could have the jurors brought in, please.
Oh, he's being very quiet and not telling us why they're so late. Listen, sir, if you take 45 minutes instead of 30, you need to tell us why. And yes, Mark, I have in the past. I have an excellent recipe. It actually, the secret to a really, really good scone is excellent butter, like Irish butter. It don't mix too much. It is all in just enough. Just enough. And just a dot of cream at the end. I ask you, Mark Caesar, do
All
you
right, please.
scones?
Here's all present accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record after the morning recess. CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The state is continuing with a rebuttal. If the state has another witness to call at this time, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Lieutenant Hermosillo.
Very well.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, this should be interesting. I'm going to mute.
Okay. All right, before we inquire on direct, then I'll note the witness, Lieutenant Hermosillo, has been sworn. Lieutenant, have you observed or watched any trial testimony since you were last here?
No, Your Honor.
Have you talked to anybody else about the testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for your responses. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. Lieutenant Hermosillo, can you remind the jurors where you work?
Rexburg Police Department.
And did you begin work on a case involving two missing children, specifically JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall when you became involved in that investigation?
When we started looking for JJ, that was November 26th, 2019, when we performed the welfare check.
And were you involved in the beginning of Idaho's involvement into the whereabouts of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Do you recall when the bodies of the children were recovered?
June 9th, 2020,
And where were they recovered?
Chad Daybell's backyard.
During the investigation, did you learn who Emma Daybell or Emma Murray is?
We did.
And who is she?
The daughter of Chad Daybell.
Lieutenant Hermosillo, did you ever see Emma Murray at the gym?
I did one time early on in the investigation, yes.
And when you say early on in the investigation, would it have been before the discovery of the children?
It was.
When you saw her at the gym, did you approach her?
No,
Did you talk to her?
no,
Did you ask her questions?
No.
Did you go and work out by her?
no.
Have you ever driven by the Daybell property?
I have, yes.
Did you drive by it as part of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Do you have other reasons that you would sometimes drive by that property?
I have several reasons. We have our dry cleaning business that's a quarter mile down the road from the Daybell residence. I also have family that lives north of the Daybell residence. But most importantly, I think the reason I was driving by the Daybell residence was it was a very active investigation at that time.
Did that include driving by prior to the children being located?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
Did you drive by prior to the location of the children's bodies?
Yes,
And did you drive by sometimes after?
yes,
Did you drive by 2 times a week?
no,
And again, when we talk about driving by that property, you said that was a significant piece of the investigation.
it was.
And can you remind us what was found on that property?
JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan.
Do you know when Tammy died, where she was located?
I do.
Where was that?
Chad Daybell's bedroom.
So all 3 at the Daybell property or in the residence?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Any cross-examination, Mr. Pryor?
No questions.
All right, that will conclude the testimony then of Lieutenant Hermosillo. You may go ahead and step down. Thank you. All right, as I mentioned, this is the state's rebuttal evidence at this time. I'm going to inquire, does the state have another witness to call?
The state does not, Your Honor.
All right, so that concludes rebuttal. That will bring us to the next stage of these proceedings then, ladies and gentlemen. The next matter the court will be taking up are the jury instructions in this case. I'll note we are taking time to work on those and have been working on them. I'll address more on the record with counsel in a formal jury instruction conference. We are going to be conducting the closing arguments in this matter, as I understand it, tomorrow. The state will have closing mid-morning. Is that the schedule the state still wishes to have for the closing argument, Ms. Blake?
That will work for the state, Your Honor. Thank
right.
you.
And does that work for the defense as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're going to have some matters to work on then between now and then administratively. That's going to allow the jurors to be excused for the day. They'll be returning again tomorrow. We'll take up other matters both on and off the record as we prepare for getting final instructions to the jurors before they would begin deliberations and to have for the closing arguments. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, thank you for your attendance this morning. You're going to recess to the jury room with some additional instructions before you're excused for the day. Please follow that continuing instruction of the court not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else until you begin your deliberations. And please don't do anything to research or look the case up between now and then. That will conclude our juror service for today, and we'll return again tomorrow for closings. All please rise for the jurors.
Okay, well, there's a good chance that we're going to be seeing, arguments on and off for the rest of the afternoon in regards to the jury instructions. So we're going to keep the stream off. Well, testimony, or actually closing arguments and jury instructions, won't be until tomorrow morning. But it looks like this trial is going to jury deliberation tomorrow. Yes, that's what it seems like, unless there's some
All right,
delay.
thank you. Please be seated. Counsel, there's again going to be a jury instruction conference on the record. I'd if possible like to take that up later this afternoon. We'll do an informal jury instruction conference off the record to determine whether or not the parties have reviewed our proposed instructions that have been submitted and determine where there might be objections that can be considered by the court. In addition, we're going to discuss exhibits as well and make sure there's a clear record of what's been admitted in this lengthy trial to confirm that with counsel before exhibits are submitted to the jury in their deliberations. So if counsel will stick around, we'll go ahead and recess for the day. At this time on the record, we may come back on the record at such later point, subject to when we get to these issues that could be called back on the record. So we'll go ahead and have the public excused at this point, and I'll talk to counsel about timing going into the afternoon and tomorrow, please.
Oh, okay. Okay, this is a little confusing. So basically, he's leaving the stream up. It looks like right now. If it goes down, then I will end the stream and possibly start another one if he comes back later in the afternoon. I don't know about just leaving this running. I mean, we have left it running for 7 hours before. So I don't know. He came back several times, he is talking about perhaps bringing the on the record part of the jury instructions arguments between state and defense to be public this afternoon or in the morning. It's a little like, I don't know yet. So I guess we'll do what we normally do. As long as that picture's up there, we'll keep it running. But otherwise, looks like we're getting a lot. We're going to have quite a bit of a break now. Going to be like the lunch break, at least an hour or so as they go on. Because I think he's going to have his private meeting with them, and then he's going to want his lunch break. And so I don't expect them to come back with the public end of this for at least 2 hours. Right? So I don't know. But it sounds like it's an early day. If so, I think it's early enough to call a bingo overflow for early day. Yes, I think so. Couch, this is the earliest of the earliest. Although he hinted they may be back in the afternoon. So, I don't know. But you see, he's still got the the thing up, and Judge Boyce usually leaves it up if he thinks he's going to be coming back to bring the public in. But so I think what I'm going to do is just keep my eye on it and probably play some music and let it up and just let it run through. Worst case scenario, I've got to split it into two because it's too much. But with the timestamps, everybody can avoid this long delay anyway. So, that would be covered. That would definitely be covered. Did I hear about what? What, Liam? The New York jury's not getting to take the instructions into deliberation? Really? I'll have to check into that. Why? The instructions are so important on how they look at everything. I'm prostituting for view. Wait a minute, Mark. What the heck is this? Mark, really? Really? Okay. So you think I should just take the stream down and come back later? What if we miss it? And it's not for views. It's to make sure that the whole trial is actually complete and intact. Start to finish. These arguments for and against, which makes sense depending on how you account for human behavior. You mean in regards to the instructions, Liam? Like, I'm totally confused why they don't allow them to go in there. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. It was a little funny, Mark. A little. Not your best, but They don't want jurors to be trying to interpret law and want them to go to the judge with questions. Yes, but if they have the jury instructions, like, they kind of, like, they still could have questions, right? Like, but if they have the jury instructions, I mean, it just kind of clarifies, like, the process, doesn't it? And what's allowable and what not. I mean, the judge could get overwhelmed with questions without them, don't you think? Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I don't know. I think, Anna, you wanted to hear prior. I think we will in the afternoon, actually. Well, I really do. Well, I need to look. I mean, Juju asked how long did the Lori Vallow jury take in deliberation? It was only 2 days, and they came back with guilty. They came back with guilty. And that's my phone. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Just had to handle that before. Oh, it's in regards to the jury, it seems like it makes deliberations a bit more complex to me. It feels unnecessary to not let them have, me too. Like, I think it makes it much more complicated also and confusing. And I'm not understanding it. I'm going to have to go look for why what the reasoning was on that. Something else to research during the break. Yes, you know what, tomorrow, kiddo, they did. You're right. It was a few minutes, but I think because he said he's doing a private consultation first and it's an hour before lunch, I think it's going to be a little bit longer of a delay. I'm going to wait a few more minutes, and then I'm going to do the music thing like we normally do for lunch. But I'm going to leave the stream up, and you guys are welcome to hang out and talk in the chat and whatnot. But I am going to mute for a bit and going to do a little more research on some of the other stuff, see what else I can find out. I've never been on a jury where they are deliberating the evidence. Every jury I have been on was ended with a plea of guilty. What happens at the jury room when they discuss the evidence? Well, that is something that Liam could tell you. But basically, when they discuss the evidence, they're allowed to look at all of the evidence and exactly how they feel about it. This is the time they actually get to talk to each other about what they think and what the evidence means, and actually put their cases to each other as to guilty or not guilty and why, and where the evidence. They actually get to ask for more, to see other things. They get to, or not other things, but things on file to refresh themselves. They get to ask questions to the judge if they need any clarification on what something is or means. And we definitely want to get this discussion on Discord for sure, Liam, right? It's just like we have not been able to get everybody's times along together, but that process is always fascinating. I can only say that from what I know, it can be boring or exciting. It depends on the combination of people that are there and how far they want to go into the evidence, and whether or not they have a lot of questions about things when they go into deliberations. From what I have read and what I have heard, juries, most of the time going into deliberations, the majority of them have a pretty good idea of where they're standing. And then they start discussing things, and they may or may not change their mind about certain things based on what they hear or what makes sense, what they look at, or clarifications. In several of the conversations with jurors that I have seen interviews afterwards in regards to deliberations, a lot of the time gets spent in making sure they're sure about what they're doing and following the jury instructions, especially when there's multiple counts. One of the concerns here is going to be murder versus conspiracy, and whether all the counts have been met with the evidence. Yes, it also depends on how many counts there are on the indictment. Exactly, because you have to answer each one. Exactly, Liam. Can you imagine finally being able to discuss this awful case? Exactly. That is what one of the jurors in the Lori Daybell case said. They came out, and the ability to actually talk about how they felt about it afterwards was amazing. They felt free. Yeah, it was so hard. They were so overwhelmed. Well, yes, I would love to. Liam just recently had his own experience with jury in the UK, and we've been trying to get that discussion on board. Hopefully we can soon, because I want to know what that was like, discussing evidence in the room and the kinds of questions that people ask. And it's fascinating to me. So basically, Liam says the foreperson must make sure there are no jurors that are just going along with the crowd or even wanting to finish early instead of really giving their opinion. That's true. That is one of the responsibilities, to query the jury as to their own decisions. Yes, to see that where they're coming from. And that can be as simple as asking them why in regards to, or a simple thing of what evidence was strongest to you or something like that. Anna says it would be terribly difficult to discuss this case, I think. That always, I believe that's true too, Anna. And it always strikes me, just recently, Lieutenant Hermosillo took the stand again. And the way he answers the question so quietly, almost with a sigh, I still think this case is difficult for him. I think this was probably one of the hardest cases that he's been in. He's been searching for those children from the beginning. It was not the outcome that they wanted. He has to go through every trial. He will also probably be in Arizona. He's not done yet. And I can see that it affects him. But at least that's the feeling I get. I know talking about the discovery of the bodies was overwhelming in Lori Daybell's trial. And now again in chats, I can't imagine wanting to discuss it after it's all over at all. Yeah, I'm sure just never again, you know? Well, okay, guys. On that, I do think I'm going to put music on for a little while and just do a little bit of research. I want everybody, get a good stretch in, get some more coffee or tea, have a good break. As soon as I hear anything from the court, I will go live again. Okay, and hopefully they will be coming back this afternoon. But I will tell you this: I'm going to put a 2.5 hour minimum on it. If he not back here, by their time, a half hour after the normal lunch break, I would say they're not going to be going live again. But I could keep watching the channel and I could go live immediately if he starts. But I hope I don't miss it. If I do miss it, I can guarantee I will find a recording of it and I will definitely put it on the channel for you. Update it separately, a video of it so that you can watch it. Okay. Well, that's the plan for now. Is to let it running until after lunch. We'll just treat this like a long lunch break and play the music, and hopefully they will come back and do jury instruction in front of all of us. Okay. Okay, so on that, let me just find a good piece. I'm gonna play Wrecker's piece first. Let's see. There we go. All right, everybody, I'll be back. Yeah, it looks like there's a bunch of you in the chat, so I'm gonna come back in here for a little bit. Gosh, T King, I do hope that you picked your internet back up. I do hope it's gonna be okay. Oy, it dropped. Very funny couch. Pick it up. Velcro. Great suggestion, Liam. Velcro it to the tabletop. Wait, tomorrow your internet dropped too? Really? Oh, anyway, they've been well past 2.5 hours, but I guess lunch would depend on how long it took them to discuss things prior to lunch. These jury instructions. I would imagine prior is going to be a real pain in the butt about it. Okay. Especially when it comes to, do you think they're wrestling over count 4 again? And I would imagine that's going to annoy the judge like, oh, whatnot. I hope they're not going over that again. That, the judge did rule on it, and it seemed sound to me. But I would imagine prior would want to get as much out of the jury's hands as possible. He may even bring another motion to say that they have not proved murder and get those charges all, like he tried already. And the judge said that he pretty much, there was evidence for everything, because remember, they don't have to prove hands-on for murder. And even in the death penalty, they just have to prove more than one incident and an actual absence of regard for human life, like a total disregard for human life. Murder in itself is, but a real maliciousness to it, an intent. And I think that they may have actually proved some of that in the jury's eyes. I'm not sure. For me, I don't see it going to death penalty, but I'm not the jury. Yeah, Couch, I agree, because as far as the judge is concerned, they had their chance for arguments, but then again, prior, and, he had his chance to argue about Olsen too. Well, then, the state brought up new things, so that's why he argued, but he had the same arguments. Not fair. We don't know what she's going to say. No, we don't have a chance to, but the state also brought up a good point. It's in regards to the Janice Olsen testimony. John Pryor saw that name on the list all the way back at the beginning, and not once did he talk to her. Not once. Not once. So, I want to know what John Pryor's been doing all this time. If he hasn't talked to the prosecution witnesses to get his own depositions in his own line of questioning and find the loopholes, what has he been doing? Besides coaching Emma and Garth on what to say. Anyway, outside of the realm of regular court talk that we do, there was a little bit of stuff I learned about Garth Daybell that I was a bit surprised about. Garth was working at the school. He got involved with a student, and he married that student, and then still got a teaching job there. And I'm wondering how commonplace that is, that, teachers actually can marry students and then retain permanent positions in the school. Like, this really kind of weird to me. I mean, but I don't know. But yeah, he married the girl that he was involved with. And all of this happened, the marrying of the student and securing the school position, around all of the allegations of Chad Daybell in his mother's death. And so I don't think there's anything coincidental about that, because, you cannot be protected from spousal testimony for a crime, like a serious crime, like that. So I don't know. in Australia, you need to not be their teacher for a number of years. It happens. Yeah, I would imagine it happens. You know, you never know. You know, the heart wants what the heart wants, they say, huh? You know, but you never know. But I just think it's, you know, it is definitely a power structure relationship with an imbalance in power there when it's teacher student. The engineer's flow chart. I went on a date with someone who had been a student teacher in second year uni when he taught me. 20 years later, it really wasn't an issue. I can imagine that it wouldn't be, you know. Should it stay still? Yes, do nothing. Do you Oh, you mean for the internet. Okay. You were in your first year of high school and he was a university student going to school to be a teacher? Yeah, I get it tomorrow, kiddo. But in this case, he was already doing some kind of a volunteer work at the school. And I don't know if he was a teaching assistant or what, or if he was on a temporary assignment, or if he was a substitute or something. But they said he was a teacher and she was a student. And then he got a teaching job for like second or third grade in that school. I'm trying to find the article that I just read so I can. Mary's student. Oh. Um. Nope. I'm having a hard time finding the actual. Yeah, it seems like they pulled it. Where did it go? Let's see. Let's see. Whenever you search that last name, no matter whose name I put in front of it, everything comes up about Chad. I'm just going to have to take some time to find it. Basically, most of the stuff I've been seeing on the socials lately is all in regards to Rexburg law, which I don't know if that's something I'm going to cover. I did, for those that are members, set up a room for the charging documents and the actual bill information, you know, right from the court. The arrest, the affidavit for the search warrant, and also the charging documents are all in there, plus posts that he made in the video. That was actually the little clip of the video that was used from May 21st. I mean, the most surprising thing I read is that in the request for the search warrant, they actually reviewed Rexburg Law's video from May 21st, which he appeared to be quite inebriated, but took a long break, went to the bathroom, came back kind of altered. Many noted perhaps a white substance around his nose. Who knows? Like, hey, I'm not going to speculate on that. But apparently the officer requesting the search warrant has actual experience in altered states, drug abuse, etc., in the noticing of the signs. And basically the request for the search warrant was based on the children's complaints in Sunday school. They were hungry, they hadn't changed their clothes in days, they were tired of smelling, their parents seemed otherwise occupied. Also instances of people reporting Nick himself appearing behind the car in what looked like an altered state. Nobody actually calling him addicted or drunk or anything like that, just saying he just didn't look right. But there was a bunch coming, and it seems like people from the church brought it forward. They brought it to the pastor. They complained to him on what to do, and he brought it to law enforcement. And so it was actually about a child wellness check, and rightly so. And they pulled him over on the road, asked him to unlock his home. He refused to give the passcode to get into the home, and they ended using a ram to get in there. They had a valid search warrant, which it is said he tossed on the floor, but I don't know about that. Some people are actually speculating a lot on YouTube. Some are saying his rights were violated. And I really think it's a time, based on what we've all seen on the internet with him, that we all do support and accountability, but not offer up excuses. There were 5 children in that home. That home is being documented as being in a horrible state. We have witnessed things online ourselves with Nick that would not be the best for the children. And the children themselves were complaining. And I, for one, am glad that somebody listened, and that whoever it was that went to the police to get a wellness check for those kids did the right thing. And I don't want to hear about Nick's rights being violated. A lawyer knows better. Those children have rights too. And so do all those lawyer friends of his out on the internet. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Like, get on the right side of this and stop being biased. You can be supportive of your friend and still not act like you're brainless, about what's really going on here. Those children deserved better. And I'm glad that somebody stepped up. The charging documents speak for themselves. What was found in that house was completely illegal. And there's really no justifying of that. So I wish people would get on the right side of this, and get him. You want to be his friend? Be his friend. Be supportive. Be supportive and demand accountability. Get him the help that he needs, not the excuses, because that's not going to help anyone. And you just look like idiots. And, you're all going to lose credibility in the long run. It's rather disappointing. But, humans are going to human, right? Don't we all circle the wagons around our friends and everything, But I think a lawyer can read a black and white document and see what they found and know that what they found was illegal. It doesn't look good. Whether or not they think that the search was appropriate or the accusation is this or that or the other thing, those 5 kids, if it was the children's voices that brought this on, well, yeah, the system's working. And the system doesn't care if you're a lawyer or a YouTuber. They are allowed to ram the door. They asked him politely first. They pulled him over and he refused to cooperate, Liz, from the statements that I saw in the legal document. And that's why they used the ram, because a female answered the door and refused to unlock it. They asked Nick to unlock it himself with the code. They asked him to provide the code because they already had him from his vehicle and brought him back to the house. And so, if he's not going to open it, they're allowed to use that ram. And every lawyer out there reporting on it knows it. That's what's so disappointing to me. the way they make it for sensationalism, clicks and views. They're all showing their true colors. I asked you all to open your eyes and pay attention to what they do. Exactly. Exactly. The actual arraignment for Nick and his wife was actually the Nick portion was actually live streamed from the court system itself. And I do believe that one YouTuber did get permission from the court. They said they had an email and they did put it up. But when you went into the voice call, you were actually told you couldn't talk and you couldn't record anything. And people actually, I will say that people are just disappointing. Like, people were joining that Zoom call, so to speak. I don't know if it was Zoom or whatever, but you know what I mean, right? And they were actually saying horrible things or being ridiculous, making ridiculous statements and everything. And they're supposed to be muted. It's a courtesy for the public to be able to listen to that. And they're going to ruin it for everybody by being complete, total asinines about it. They're being assholes. There's no doubt about it. I realize it's a big thing because, Nick was a contrary person, okay? Like, he was on, he had strong opinions about things, let's say that. And people either agreed with him or they didn't. And he had strong opinions about stuff. And that could make for people wanting to go at you and stuff like that. And some may be enjoying this embarrassment for him, that it's so public, but there's no need to disrupt an official proceeding of the court. Like, have some damn respect, people. It was disappointing is all I can say. Like, people were just showing us their asses everywhere, and man, were they ugly. All I can say is, like, people showing their ugly asses all over the place lately. I agree, Liam. The place for any replies to a warrant is in court, not in the social media. But some of the attorneys are reporting on the warrant in on what happened. Yeah. And some are actually looking at the reality of the situation with the children and all. There are quite a few. But I've chosen not to mention any of the channel's names because I don't think it's fair. And it's not relevant, actually. You guys will watch what you watch and like who you like. I'll just say keep an open mind and watch what they do. Because I would just say I'm seeing a lot of crazy biased stuff going on, and not exactly in the best, not exactly the best view for for a legal channel, But then again, I'm watching them do crazy stuff in other legal, cases too, with the bias reporting and just sensationalism and all. But hey, it's YouTube. Like, what do I expect, right? Do I actually expect YouTube to act like the real world or with any kind of decorum or integrity? Really? Like, who am I kidding? Oh my God, the penny just dropped what you were talking about. You're so happy to be here in SIP-T. I said I wasn't going to cover it. This is probably all you're going to hear me talk about it on YouTube because I don't really feel it is something, with the way it's already getting overly sensationalized out there. It is a private matter. It is one that involves the well-being of children. I hope the children endangerment part gets resolved and the children are safe. And after that, I really don't care what happens in regards to somebody's personal drug charges. I don't think there's anything legally intriguing there. What really gets me is what people are actually doing on social media about it. And when it comes to the media, You guys know I don't really have kind words to say mostly about how things get handled. I don't. I think it's unreasonable. I I really do. I'll just, I'm a disappointed bear most of the time, and nobody really cares. They call me judgmental. They call me a stick in the mud, pious, whatever they want to say. And maybe I am, but I just think the legal system deserves better and better representation out there. If you're going to be a lawyer, be a damn decent lawyer. And if you're out on YouTube and you're not either a defense or prosecution, then be neutral and play the law like you should, both sides, all the time. Facts, okay? Not narratives and agendas. Facts. Give people the information. Let them decide for themselves. Do some good. Teach them about our system, how it can improve, when it goes wrong, when it goes right. But all of this other stuff, helping to make it go wrong, helping not to set it right, I ain't for it. I've seen YouTubers get charged lately for interfering in for doing damage to people. Like I covered the Ryan Upchurch, a civil lawsuit by the family of Kelly Ryle or Rowley or Rodel. I can't say the last name very well, but anyway, the missing teen, and there was a lot about that, and they found the body, and he went on there and slammed the family, slammed the GoFundMe for getting money so that they can hire investigation, this, that, and the other thing that they needed. He actually said that the whole thing was a farce, that the girl wasn't dead, that she didn't even. Then he went so far as to say she never existed. He got a lawsuit from another YouTuber for defaming him, saying he was involved in the missing of a girl who then he came out and said didn't even exist. His followers actually attacked the grandfather's businesses, and things like that. And I'm glad that they pressed they did a civil lawsuit against him. I actually think there should be a criminal charge for stuff like that when you incite riot on people based on lies. Well, but basically you only have civil. But when you intimidate witnesses or actually interfere with an investigation and criminal prosecution, well, you do have to face charges. And we've got another YouTuber who, in another law case, is actually facing his own charges for that. And I'd I'm not going to cover that one either because I don't want to give his name any more momentum than it deserves, because I'm absolutely disgusted by the behavior of interfering in legal proceedings. I don't care if you think somebody's innocent. You have no right to interfere with the process unless you go to law enforcement with evidence to prove their innocence. You got evidence, you go to law enforcement and you become part of the process and work with them. You don't intimidate witnesses. They got people, you don't threaten people on YouTube that they won't have a normal life anymore if they say another word, that they can't go outside, intimidate their children, their family, show up at their sports games, harass them. It's not right. I want to see the laws change in regards to all of that. Being held to a higher standard applies not just to his being a lawyer, but also being a blogger who has the ear of thousands of people who do not necessarily know better. I get it. I'm behind you on that, Liam. When you have undue influence like that, I'm sorry, but you are held to a higher standard. That's just the way it is. And that's the way it should be. When you've got that kind of influence over people, you should actually take caution. Take due process. Think it through. You don't get to just say anything and not be held accountable. You will be held accountable. I've quit watching a lot of channels. If they keep doing the sensational speculation cases that are out of control, I'm out of there. I feel you. But there is a part of true crime that is really like that. I call those the crama channels. They are drama crime. And I stay far, far away from them. They are also the ones that are quite rude to subscribers occasionally. They attack each other, they dox each other, they do videos on each other. It's very nasty, you know. But apparently it's like a thing that people like because they make the numbers. For the life of me, I can't understand that. But you know, hey, humans are gonna human. Okay, Liz, have a great day. It was good you were here. And if they do come back, it'll be part of this video. It will. Otherwise, it'll start tomorrow. You hold me to a higher standard, and I'm a bear lady. Thank you very much, Tomorrow Kid. Hopefully, I don't disappoint you too often. Yeah. Making public declarations of piety makes people a target anyway, but doing it while being unscrupulous means you deserve scrutiny. I agree, Liam. Yeah. I mean, I understand like wanting to be like getting involved in the story, wanting to get like the best interviews. I get that. You know, some people take YouTube like this is their career. This is what they do. It's how they make their money. And like, I'm all for it. You know, there's a place on YouTube for everybody, for everything like that. But interfering in the actual process is kind of where I draw my line. You know, I leave it up to everybody else to draw their own. You know, but that's where I draw my line. You know. Yep, different I agree, Rocket. It's this, you know, and it's for everything in the true crime genre is very varied. You will find different, you know, ways to look at it. Some are lawyers, some are just commentators, some are bloggers, some are investigative journalists, some are ex-law officials, you know, law enforcement officials and things like that. Like there are so many, and some of them are just like, you know, like me, a bear with a mic, or a person with a microphone in a YouTube channel that just likes it and they're out there commenting. But how they do it is just as varied also. You know, some people go for the drama and some go for the real legal side of things. Different stuff for different people. Exactly. I'm kind of like in the middle. You know, I do talk about some of the drama that circles a case and everything like that, but I try not to influence you all too much without facts, like give you all the facts and, you know, put it that way. And when I'm biased, I admit I'm biased. When I have already formed an opinion, I try not to, but hey, you can't read this stuff and read it over and over again and be part of it for years and not form an opinion and be a bit biased, you know. Hey, Jen. Thanks for coming in with the ropes. I see you got visited. I see you got visited by some bears today. Were those bears I saw roaming around the property back there? It did look like black bears to me in the pictures that were posted. Looks like they were just like hanging out. Liam says, important rule of journalism, do not become part of the story. These idiots insert themselves too much into the narrative and that turns me off of them. Exactly, especially the ones that call themselves journalists and are actually interfering. I saw two big dark lumps, Jean. I saw two pictures and in each one I thought I saw two. Was I mistaken? Were there more? Were there less? I didn't blow it up on the computer because I'm live streaming and didn't want to mess anything up. Well, I wanted to ask you, do they come there often? Like, is it that time of year that you just come by? There were three? Oh, I'll have to look for the other lump. Well, I thank you, Couch. I'll go with this. Okay. I tend to think so too. I think your drama level is probably an appropriately human level of drama, not gossipy, but still relatable for us impulsive people. Yes, I would agree. I would agree with that. I would agree that, like, if something tears me up, like, I'm going to be out here speaking on it, like I just did in regards to the Rikita law case. Like, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. Okay. And then I'm not going to interfere. You're not going to see me calling a judge or looking at the witnesses or like getting into his personal business and putting it all over the place. You're not going to see me do any of that. Okay. But do I want to comment on what the socials are doing and what other people are doing about it? Yeah, because it really irks me. And yeah, that can be drama, but I'm not going to interfere. I'm not going to cross that line. Oh, they come back yearly, Jean, the bears. Yeah, cool. I don't have bears. I have bunnies that come back yearly, and there's a bunny, a whole bunch of baby bunnies every spring, and then they grow up in my yard. They get bigger, then they leave, and every year one or two of them comes back to actually breed and bring forth their babies in the same place that they were born. They come back every year. It's like I got a bunny breeding center in my backyard, actually. No matter where I go in my garden, I find bunny nests in my roses, over by my sage, over by my figs, everywhere. Yep. Even in the hostas, like along the foundation, there'll be a bunny breeding nest there. Yeah. I think it's because the yard is fenced in, so it's a little harder. And with the amount of trees, it's also a little harder for the predatory hawks. We have quite a few hawks varieties. It's harder for them to swoop and pick them up. So I think they feel a little more protected. It's fenced in. My dog does not bother them as long as they're not like in his face. Often the dog will be out there and the bunnies will be in the middle of the yard and they'll just freeze until he's done doing his business and comes back in. They just won't move. They just go thorn. In my backyard does not have like weed killer or anything like that on it. It's not what you would call a manicured front lawn, like with just beautiful grass. It is actually full of clover and wild strawberries and sedge grass and all the things that little babies, bunnies eat in the beginning in the spring. And it's a soft carpet of all of that. And we let the clover flower and then we cut it down. And the little wild strawberries are a little more bitter, but it's nice to see them. They flower and they come to fruit, and the rabbits really love them. Well, and we still and they still are not back. I don't know what to do, guys. Like now it would be in Idaho, it is almost 2:15. So I don't know if they're coming back or not. I'm thinking I'm going to wait till 2:30 and then I'm going to wrap up this stream. And like I told you, if they do come back, there will be a recording of it somewhere from somebody. And I will definitely get that on YouTube for you. I'll have it as part of the trial playlist. I'll actually link it in this description so that you can see it later. You can go back to this video and watch it. That's if they don't come back within the next 16 minutes. I do enjoy talking to you all, but I can't talk until 5:30. Like I can't talk for another 2.5 hours straight, by myself. I got nothing really much to talk about unless you guys have questions, which I'd be happy to Google or tell you anything that I may know about the question you may ask. Okay, good tomorrow, kiddo. I wouldn't want to disappoint you guys, but like I don't know what to do at this point. No matter what I do, there's gonna be like something. Murphy's Law. As soon as I cut this stream, they're gonna go live, right? You know it, yeah. You know it. It's like that's definitely what's gonna happen. I could just feel it in my bones. It's like, Yeah, it's just the way it goes, you know. I anticipate it. Mhm. Yep. But you guys make it more enjoyable. At least I can sit out here and talk with you for a little bit while we're waiting. Can you imagine sitting here waiting all by yourself? Like, oh yeah. I don't know. I can imagine some of my viewers are quite frustrated right now, ready to be like, why are we staring at that screen? In like, what is going on? And why is she still streaming that screen? Like, when are we going to have like the court? Like, we like you, Bear, but that's a little much. Yes, she does do a good lunch break, but I was also looking at Nate Eaton from East Idaho News, like he's in the room too. Like, because they're both in the court. I don't know. Is she in the court today too? Tomorrow, kiddo. She's been there every day. I do like her. I like her husband, John. I like, he gives us a little perspective into the psyche of the defendants sometimes. I do like their interactions. And she gets great interviews with the family and stuff like that. I do like that. She puts a personal touch on it. I enjoy that very much. She's opinionated though. Yeah, she really is. But she's not doing the legal side of it so much. She's doing the personal aspect of it like most of the time. So I really appreciate that. Like, she doesn't try to pretend she's not biased. She doesn't. Mm. She's like, oh my, what do you think of that? Like, wow. And I like her style. I do. I appreciate the honesty of it. So let me know if she says anything. If she says they're done for the day, let me know tomorrow, because I can't pull that one up. I think what I will do though is pull up that channel to tell you guys, like, she's all right. She has quite the relatives of the Daybell family, and others. She's got the Vallow family on interviews on there. And she does get some good insight into stuff, and she does find out some things that other people don't find out. And I started to follow her when Murdaugh, when we were doing the Murdaugh trial, and I did. I found her very, very interesting. Here is Hidden True Crimes channel, if you would like to try that. And the other one I'm gonna pick up is and the other one that I like is Nate Eaton. He's a journalist for East Idaho News. They're local there. I found him during the Murdaugh trial, actually, not the Murdaugh trial, for some coverage on Kohlberger, and he's actually during the Vallow trial. We followed them. I like Nate also. He gets some good interviews also. That is actually the East Idaho News channel, and they have articles that they write to at eastidahonews.com. And usually have facts and some of the documents and all listed. They're very good with the witnesses' names and some backstories and stuff like that. Oh, so they left the courthouse? The judges? Everybody? What do you mean? They're done for the day tomorrow, kiddo? They left the courthouse completely? Why did they leave the stream up? Well, what is that? Shoot, dang. Like, what do you mean they left for the day, but they left the stream up? Did they leave for lunch? I know the closing arguments are tomorrow, but we were supposed to hear the the arguments for jury instructions, some of it being public. Okay, I'm going to stick to my plan and give it 11 more minutes, and we were going to end at my time 4:30. And if they do, they do. Well, shoot, dang, like they did leave. Yes, but why is the stream still up? Well, of course, but she always leaves during the lunch anyway and then goes back when they go strike. You know what I mean? Okay. Let's see. Liam, what's your question? Should I slow slightly in a ralliantanda with making up all the time in subsequent beats as I do in rubato? Well, I did like the rubato, and if it comes out as well as that, then sure, whatever that question is. Although, to be honest, Liam, I barely know what the hell you're talking about there, but I'm all for it. Like, go for it. Yep, 4:20 here now. Yep. I know you meant the time, of course, Karen, but like after this, you might as well 4:20, right? Yeah. Like I don't know. Like I don't know what's going on. Let me just see what Nate is saying. Nate says they left the courtroom before, but that they might be back. So like he said, the judge clearly said that they might be back later on in the afternoon. But public was all dismissed from the courtroom because they wanted the attorneys to be able to discuss with the judge in private, in the open it. That's why everybody was asked to leave the courtroom. And he said there would be on-record proceedings later after lunch. Possibly. He didn't say definitely. And Nate is still saying the same thing. He's saying that public had been dismissed from the courtroom when the jury was. At the same time we were dumped from the feed, so was the courtroom emptied, rather. Hmm. Oh, who knows? Like, I don't know what to do now. Okay, they're saying 6 hours ago, they're saying that Daybell is accused of murder. He's like, court adjourned, returning Wednesday for closing arguments. And that's from a local news, from KTVB in Boise. Okay. And they are saying court wrapped up early Tuesday, so all could enjoy the long weekend. Oh, that was Thursday. Wait, no. All right, these are the live updates. The last update they had was right before 11 o'clock, which is the last one we heard. No more witnesses. The next stage of the proceedings begin, which is jury instructions. Closing arguments will take place tomorrow, Wednesday. The jury is excused from the courtroom. Judge Boyce talks to counsel about the jury instruction conference. Court is recessing for the day, but they may come back on the record at some point. The timeline is unclear. For now, court is in recess until 8:30 a.m. So they got the same that we did. Like, exactly. Everybody was asked to leave the courtroom and that they may go back. So in 6 minutes, if they're not back, I'm going to end it and we'll just see what happens, I guess. This is frustrating. I hate the unknowing. I don't know about you guys. Liam beat 2 in the walls marked Pocus rolled into the bar before the 2 bars ending a phrase, and I'm considering all the options for how to play it. Well, you know what? I would say try it both ways, whichever one sounds best to you or feels the best, you know? I heard a music student in a Discord for classical guitar played on Sunday and downloaded the sheet music yesterday. Had to go at the first half last night. Well, that's always exciting to play something new for the first time and figure all that out. I'm sure whichever way you decide to do the ending is going to be great. And I can't wait to hear it. Hopefully you're putting it on your channel or at least in the Discord. You know, that would be nice. Yeah, I don't know. We're down to 4 minutes to go. You know, I'm so afraid that I'm going to click this button to go off and they're going to actually come back and do the motions. And you know I love good motions in attorney arguments. So I don't want to miss it. But I'm not going to either, because even if I end the live stream, I will be watching. Because I will get it recorded. Even on East Idaho News, the last update is the same one we had. There may be on-record proceedings later today. Stand by for updates later. Juries are dismissed. Courtroom is emptied. Judge Boyce will talk with the attorneys separately about jury instruction conference. And then there may be on-record proceedings later in the day. Stand by. And that also, the last reporting was at 11 o'clock. So basically, nobody else knows anything past 11 o'clock, which is the same information that we all heard. And that's about it. Nothing new from anyone. Oh. I don't know, guys. It's a crapshoot. Let me just tell you how that poll went there. First of all, we only got 8 votes, but I would tell you that 50% of you think that it's 50% of those that voted said guilty on all charges. No one said not guilty on all charges. 12% guilty or not guilty on some charges. And guilty with the death penalty was 38%, which is a much higher number than I thought it was going to be. Seriously. But basically, a lot of you feel like I do. The prosecution has made their case. Perhaps not for the death penalty, but at least in regards to the charges. I do think I definitely think that they put out enough there for conspiracy, commit the murder, and actually the covering up of the murder and the destruction of the bodies. They were on his there's just no doubt they were on the property. Okay, there's like no getting away from that part of it, you know. Bloodthirsty lot we have here. Yeah, they want to put him to death. They want to finish him off. They don't want to hear about him anymore. I think it's because they're tired of hearing about him, Liam. It's the best way to just make sure we never hear about him again. You know, I don't know. I know I'm making light, and I really shouldn't, but I mean, I am also a little bit tired of hearing about Chad Daybell, to tell you the truth. I know that sounds odd coming from somebody who's actually streaming the trial and dealing with it every day, But it's been years, and I just want justice. I just want to see the close of this chapter and have justice served and move on. And then if I never hear his name again, I'd be happy. I mean, I don't want him influencing anyone else, putting anybody else at risk. He and Lori just need to be so far out of society, like just totally not able to influence anybody else. I know, I hear you, Karen. Okay, guys, that's 4:31 here for me. All right, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna record the rest of the live stream as long as they keep it up, and I will add it to this video should they come back. Okay, but there's 3 hours till court is out. No, only 1 hour, because they end at 3:30 for court. They very rarely stay late. Although they did hold a later conference after a long break so that they could work on arguments at around 5 o'clock one day. So I will keep an eye on it. Okay. And I will see you all in the morning if I don't talk to anybody later on. I will definitely see you all in the morning. Thank you for keeping me company, and thank you for your patience. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Bring more into the fold if you think they would like it this way, this style. Hey, I am not adverse to getting more subscribers. Like, I would like to break the 2 numbers sometime, hopefully this year. So any help you can give me on that I would be very grateful for. But in the meantime, comment on the back of the videos. Put your questions there. I do answer everything that hits the back of the video. So, thanks. Thank you again. And thank you all of my coffee and tea people in the morning for coming and joining me. And I will see you all back here tomorrow, a little after 10 Eastern Standard Time, which is 8:30 in the morning for, Idaho, if they decide to start on time. But at least we're looking forward to closing arguments. Like, we are wrapping it up. We could have a verdict by the end of the weekend. Wow. Who knew? So fast. All right, everyone. Have a good one.